Section 1. Homer Simpson, the man behind the laziness. So let's begin with Homer. Not the Homer you think you know, not the guy who falls down the stairs and says a funny word, not the man who eats donuts and sleeps through nuclear meltdowns and strangles his son for comedic effect. Not the cartoon buffoon who stumbles through life as a walking punchline while a laugh track covers the damage. The real Homer, the one hiding underneath all of that. Because here is the thing about Homer Simpson that the show has been whispering into your ear for 36 years without ever quite saying out loud. Homer Simpson is not a joke. He was never meant to be just a joke. He is one of the most carefully constructed, quietly devastating portraits of a specific kind of American man that popular culture has ever produced, and every single absurd thing that happens to him, every pratfall, every explosion, every moment where he should be dead and somehow is not, is built on a foundation of genuine sadness that the show wraps in laughter because looking at it directly would be too much to bear. Let's start at the very beginning of Homer, not episode 1, earlier than that. Because to understand who Homer Simpson is, you need to understand who Homer Simpson was before the show ever started, and the answer is someone completely different from the man. We know. Homer J. Simpson was born on May 12th. The year shifts depending on the episode, which is its own kind of mystery, but the date is consistent. He was born in Springfield General Hospital to Abe and Mona Simpson, and from the very first moment of his life, the universe seemed to be quietly arranging itself against him. His mother was there. His father was there. And for a few years, everything was as ordinary as Springfield ever gets. Homer was a child in a home with two parents who loved each other. And whatever else happened later, that version of Homer existed. A small boy in a house on Evergreen Terrace before anything went wrong. Then it went wrong. Mona Simpson, Homer's mother, was not the woman the show initially led you to believe she was. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, the audience was told, simply and without fanfare, that Homer's mother was dead. Abe told Homer she had passed away when Homer was young. There was a grave. Homer accepted it. He grieved in the way Homer grieves, which is to say messily and incompletely and with a kind of hollow ache he never quite learned to name. And Homer grew up with that grief, that specific grief of losing a mother before you are old enough to understand what you have lost. And it shaped everything about him. It shaped his desperate need for love and approval. It shaped his terror of abandonment. The way he clings to Marge with a ferocity that sometimes looks like desperation. Because it is desperation. It shaped his willingness to endure humiliation and cruelty from his employer rather than risk losing the stability of a paycheck. Because unstable things leave, and Homer has. Learned in his bones that things leave. It shaped his hunger for belonging, the way he joins every club and society and vigilante group that will have him because being wanted, being included, feels like the antidote to something that happened to him when he was 6 years old and his world suddenly had a hole in it shaped like his mother. Homer's entire personality, when you trace it back far enough, is a coping mechanism for a loss that was not even real. His mother did not die. She was alive. She was running. She was a fugitive from a man named Burns, living underground for decades because she had the audacity to fight back against a biological weapons program operating in the same town where her son was growing up, and Homer spent 36 years of his life believing he was the kind of child a mother would rather die than stay with. Think about what that does to a person. Not in a cartoon way. In a real way. Think about what it does to a child's developing sense of self when the primary narrative of their early life is that they were left. that they were not enough, that something about them, some fundamental quality, made the most important person in their world disappear. Homer grew up carrying that story. He carried it into adulthood. He carried it into his marriage. He carried it into fatherhood. He carried it to work every single day and set it down next to the control panel he was not qualified to operate, and picked it back up again on the way home. And then one day, Homer faked his own death to avoid working on a Saturday, went to the Hall of Records to correct the death certificate, and discovered that his mother was alive. That she had always been alive. That the grave Abe showed him belonged to Walt Whitman, the poet. The show handles this revelation with its characteristic blend of absurdity and genuine emotional weight, and then it delivers one of the most quietly heartbreaking scenes in the series. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave. She doesn't recognize him at first because he has become someone she has never met. He has grown into a man without her, grown into someone shaped by her absence, and she is looking at a stranger who happens to have her son's eyes. When Homer proves who he is, they have a reunion that the show earns completely. And then, Mona tells him the truth. Now here is where Homer's story becomes something more than a cartoon, because the truth is not simply that his mother was a political activist who got in trouble with the law. The truth is layered in a way that implicates everything else in Homer's life. The man who reported Mona to the FBI, the man whose grudge kept her underground for decades, the man who spotted her through a cab window when she came back to Springfield and immediately made the call that drove her away again. That man was Burns, Homer's employer. The person who signed Homer's paychecks, the man whose name Homer had to be reminded of regularly because Burns could never, in 36 years, be bothered to remember it. Homer worked for Burns his entire adult life. Homer earned every dollar his family ever had from the man who destroyed his family. And Homer, damaged by decades of radiation exposure and a crayon lodged in his brain and a lifetime of grief that was never properly processed, never fully connected those dots. He knew. On some level, he knew. But knowing and acting on what you know are two entirely different things, and Homer Simpson is a man who was never given the tools to act on the things he knows. The crayon. This is the part of Homer's story that deserves its own careful attention because it reframes his entire existence in a single detail. In Season 12, an episode called Homer the Moe, the show reveals that Homer has a crayon lodged in his brain. Not metaphorically. Not as a dream sequence. A literal crayon. Pushed up through his nasal cavity as a child. Embedded in the frontal lobe of his brain. Silently suppressing his cognitive function for his entire life. The episode explores what happens when the crayon is removed. Homer's IQ jumps dramatically. He becomes articulate, perceptive, genuinely intelligent. He sees the world with a clarity he has never had before. He sees his job for what it is. He sees his town for what it is. He sees the architecture of the system that has kept him small and compliant and incapable of resistance, and the understanding is so complete and so devastating that it makes him miserable. Being smart in Springfield is not a gift. It is a sentence, because you can see everything clearly and nothing you see is good, and the people around you cannot see any of it because the same environment that damaged you has damaged them. And there is no one to talk to about what you are seeing, and nothing you can do about what you know, and the clarity just sits there in your skull like a second foreign object. Pressing on everything. So Homer has the crayon put back in. He chooses stupidity. He chooses the fog. He chooses the version of his life where the horror is hidden behind a comfortable blur, where the power plant is just a job and Burns is just an employer and the grief is just a background hum he has learned to live around. And the show presents this choice without judgment. It does not condemn Homer. It does not celebrate him either. It just lets the choice exist in the story as a quietly tragic fact. And it moves on, because Homer moves on. That is what Homer does. That is the defining characteristic beneath all the comedy and all the physical comedy and all the running gags. Homer moves on. He absorbs damage and gets back up and walks back through the door. Because the alternative is unthinkable. Because there are people in that house who need him. Because Marge is there. Because the kids are there. Because the television is there and the beer is cold and the couch is comfortable, and even a fog can be a home if you arrange it correctly. Now let us talk about Homer and Marge. Because this relationship, this 36-year marriage that should not work by any reasonable measure, is the actual emotional core of the entire series. Marge Bouvier was a high school student with a beehive hairdo and more ambition than Springfield ever knew what to do with when she met Homer Simpson. The episode about their first meeting has been told and retold in several different versions across the show's history, because the floating timeline kept requiring the backstory to be updated, but the emotional truth of it stays constant regardless of which decade the flashback is set in. Homer saw Marge and immediately decided she was the most important thing that had ever happened to him. Not in a calculated way, not in a charming, practiced way. In the most Homer way imaginable, which is to say impulsively and completely, and with zero apparent awareness that she might have her own thoughts about the matter. Homer pursued Marge with the kind of single-minded determination that he otherwise reserves for food. He helped her pass a test so she would not have to go to summer school. He was, in these early moments, genuinely trying. Not because he was performing effort, but because the effort was real. Because Homer recognized in Marge something he had been missing since he was 6 years old. A person who made the world feel stable. A person whose presence made the hole in him feel smaller. And Marge, for her part, chose Homer with full knowledge of who he was. This is the thing about Marge that the show sometimes glosses over, but that the best episodes make explicit. Marge was not naive about Homer. She did not fall in love with a potential version of him that never arrived. She fell in love with the actual Homer, the distracted Homer, the oblivious Homer, the Homer who would spend their entire married life stumbling through disasters he could have avoided with minimal foresight. She chose that. And she keeps choosing it. Every episode, every season, every time Homer does something that would end a lesser marriage in the first act. Why? That is the question the show has been circling for 3 decades without ever quite landing on a single answer. There are episodes that suggest Marge stays because she is afraid of change, because stability is its own kind of love, because the familiar disaster is less frightening than the unknown. There are episodes that suggest she genuinely finds Homer's chaotic energy lovable in a way that transcends logic. There are episodes that suggest their marriage works precisely because of the imbalance. Because Homer's need for Marge and Marge's need to be needed form a kind of emotional, closed circuit that feeds itself. The show has given Marge multiple opportunities to leave. She has been on the verge of affairs. She has had moments of profound disillusionment. She has stood at the edge of a different life and looked out at it, and then turned back. And every time she turns back, the show is careful to make this feel like a choice rather than a limitation. Marge does not stay because she cannot leave. She stays because she has decided again and again that Homer is worth staying for. And Homer, for all his failures, seems to know this. He does not understand it exactly. He could not articulate it if you asked him. But somewhere in the damaged machinery of his brain, beneath the radiation and the crayon and the grief and the fog, there is a version of Homer that knows he is loved in a way he did not earn and cannot explain, and that knowledge is the thing that keeps him getting back up. Every fall, every explosion, every moment where he should stay down, Homer gets up because Marge is at the end of the episode, and somehow she is still there. Let us talk about Homer as a father, because this is the dimension of his character that the show handles with the most surprising sophistication. Homer is a terrible father by almost every objective metric. He strangles Bart for a running gag. He forgets important events. He gives terrible advice. He puts his children in danger through negligence. He is selfish and distracted and frequently chooses his own comfort over his children's needs. He is, on paper, exactly the kind of father you would cite as a cautionary example. And yet, the show also gives Homer episodes of fatherhood that are genuinely, quietly extraordinary. The moment in season 7 when Homer learns his mother is alive and he sits beside her and holds her hand, and the audience understands in that moment exactly what Homer has been carrying his whole life. Because they have watched the episodes where he tried to give Bart what he himself never had. The moment in Lisa's wedding, the flash-forward episode, where the future version of Homer has clearly tried to become a better version of himself for Lisa's sake, and where he walks his daughter down the aisle with a dignity that the current Homer almost never manages. The moment in any of a dozen different episodes where Homer discovers that Bart, for all the chaos and the pranks and the mutual antagonism, actually needs him, actually looks up to him, actually has internalized something from this relationship that is, against all probability, good. Homer's fatherhood is imperfect in the way that almost all real fatherhood is imperfect. He tries. He fails. He tries again. He fails in new and more spectacular ways. He occasionally stumbles into something genuinely right by accident. He loves his children in a way that is loud and inarticulate and frequently expressed through donut acquisition, but it is love, unmistakably and completely, and the children know it even when they are frustrated by it. The relationship with Bart is the most complicated, because Bart and Homer are so similar in the ways that frustrate each other and so different in the ways that matter. Bart has Homer's recklessness and impulsiveness and capacity for spectacular failure, but none of Homer's passive acceptance. Bart fights. Bart resists. Bart looks at the world and decides he does not have to take what it gives him. And this infuriates Homer because Homer cannot do that and has never been able to do that, and on some level he knows it. There is an episode early in the series where Bart's test scores suggest he might have a learning disability. And Homer's first reaction is shame. Not for Bart. For himself. Because in Homer's mind, a son with a learning disability is evidence of a father's failure, and Homer has internalized enough shame about his own intelligence and his own perceived inadequacy that Bart's struggles feel like confirmation of something Homer already believed about himself. The episode becomes one of the show's most genuinely moving pieces of television, because it shows Homer learning, slowly and imperfectly, to separate his child's struggles from his own story. To see Bart as Bart, not as a reflection of Homer's fears. The relationship with Lisa is different. Lisa is the child who breaks Homer's heart a little bit every episode, not because she means to, but because she is so clearly everything Homer is not. So clearly capable of the life Homer never had, that being near her is a reminder of every road not taken, every choice made wrong. every moment where the crayon won and the potential lost. Lisa is brilliant. Lisa is principled. Lisa fights for things that matter and feels things deeply and refuses to be reduced to what Springfield wants her to be. Homer loves Lisa with a particular intensity that the show captures beautifully in moments scattered throughout its run. He doesn't always understand her. He doesn't always know how to be the father she needs, but he tries for Lisa in ways that he doesn't always try for Bart. Because somewhere in Homer's fog-wrapped intuition, he senses that Lisa is the most fragile thing in his house. Not physically, emotionally. Lisa's specific kind of sensitivity, the kind that makes you feel everything too much, the kind that makes the world's cruelty land harder than it should, is the kind that Homer recognizes from the inside. Because Homer feels everything too much too. He just can't express it. He can barely locate it. But he knows it is there. And he knows that Lisa is carrying a version of it that could crush her if nobody is paying attention. So Homer pays attention to Lisa. Imperfectly, inconsistently, sometimes catastrophically. But he pays attention. Now let us talk about Homer's job, because the relationship between Homer Simpson and the Springfield nuclear power plant is one of the most quietly layered things the show has ever constructed. Homer works as a safety inspector in Sector 7G at a nuclear facility he is monumentally unqualified to operate. He has an IQ of 55 according to the show's own canon. He sleeps at his workstation. He eats donuts during critical operations. He has caused a number of nuclear incidents that in a realistic context would have resulted in the evacuation of the surrounding area. He is, by every reasonable standard, the worst possible person for this job. And he has held this job for his entire adult life. The show explains this eventually through the deal struck between Abe Simpson and Burns. Burns had committed some crime and Abe knew about it, and in exchange for silence, Burns guaranteed Homer's employment regardless of performance. Homer's job security was a contract, not a reward. His continued employment was not the result of merit or luck, or even Burns's eccentricity. It was a debt being serviced. But here is the dimension of this arrangement that the show does not quite articulate. Homer's continued employment at the plant also serves Burns in a more direct way. A competent safety inspector would notice the violations. A competent safety inspector would report them. A competent safety inspector would, within the first week on the job, create a paper trail that could be used against Burns in a federal investigation. Homer, by virtue of his cognitive limitations, by virtue of his fog, by virtue of the crayon and the radiation and the grief and everything else that has been stacked against him, since childhood is the perfect safeguard for Burns's operation. He does not notice the problems. And when he does notice them, he cannot articulate what he is seeing clearly enough to make it stick. Homer is not just Burns's employee, he is Burns's shield. The incompetent safety inspector is the most competent tool in Burns's arsenal. This is the conspiracy at the heart of Homer's adult life. He works every day, drinks the coffee, eats the donuts, sits in the chair, goes home to the family that anchors him, and never quite understands that the machinery of his daily existence was designed specifically to contain him, to use him, to keep him in the chair, in the fog, in the loop. And every Sunday night, the audience watches this happen and laughs. Because that is what the show does. It shows you the tragedy and wraps it in comedy and sends you home entertained. It shows you Homer falling down the stairs and you laugh at the fall. And somewhere in the laugh, if you are paying close enough attention, you hear something else. Something quieter. Something that sounds less like amusement and more like recognition. Because most of us know someone like Homer. Or we have been someone like Homer. We have all had days where the fog won. Days where we chose the comfortable lie over the uncomfortable truth. Days where we put the crayon back in rather than live with what we see when it comes out. Homer Simpson is not a joke. He is a mirror. And the laughter is how we look away from our own reflections, without quite admitting that is what we are doing. He is a man who was broken before he fully formed, who carried a mother's absence like an open wound for decades, who had the intelligence and the potential for a completely different life, and had both of those things quietly removed by a system that needed him exactly as damaged as he is. Who loves his family with everything he has, which is not nearly enough by any formal measure, and yet somehow it keeps being enough, episode after episode, season after season, because that love is the one thing that was never taken from him. The crayon took his intelligence. The radiation took his health. Burns took his mother. Abe's silence took his understanding of his own history. But the love was always there, even when Homer could not find it, even when the fog was thickest. Even at his absolute worst, which the show is not shy about depicting. The love was always there, underneath everything reliable as gravity. That is Homer Simpson. 36 years of him. 788 episodes, and at the center of every single one, even the absurd ones, even the surreal ones, even the ones where he goes to space or meets a president or survives something that should have killed any three ordinary people, there is a man who just wants to go home at the end of the day and have his family be okay. He does not always make it easy for them to be okay. He makes it spectacularly difficult most of the time. But the wanting is real. The wanting was always real. And in Springfield, where so many things are compromised or corrupted or quietly wrong, the sincerity of Homer's wanting is something close to remarkable. He is the laziest man in Springfield and the most persistent, the most damaged and the most resilient, the least qualified and the most necessary. He is the safety inspector who cannot keep anything safe, the father who cannot always find his children, the husband who cannot always find his words. He is all of these things at once, all the time, and somehow the total adds up to something that has kept audiences watching for 36 years. Because Homer Simpson, for all his failures and all his fog and all the ways the universe has arranged itself against him since birth, keeps getting up. Every episode. Every season. He gets up, he walks through the door, he sits on the couch, and he reaches for whatever is nearest, whether it is a donut or a beer or the hand of one of his children or the shoulder of the woman who chose him against all good sense, and keeps choosing him still. And the loop continues. And Springfield resets. And Homer goes back to work on Monday. And somewhere in a hospital bed, if the coma theory is true, a man is dreaming this, dreaming his family preserved and perfect and permanent, dreaming the fog and the love and the donuts and the couch and the cold beer and the door that always opens and the family that is always there on the other side of it. And if that is the dream, it is not a bad one, all things considered. For a man with a crayon in his brain, and a mother he barely knew, and an employer who designed his limitations, it is not a bad dream at all. If you are still with us at this point, drop your time and location in the comments. It does not matter if it is 3 a.m. in a city no one has heard of, or the middle of an afternoon where you cannot sleep. Drop it below. And if this kind of slow, quiet exploration of the stories inside the stories is what you are looking for, subscribe. There is a lot more where this came from, and we are just getting started. Section 2. Marge Simpson. The quiet strength nobody talks about. Settle in a little further. Find your comfortable position. pull whatever is soft closer and let Springfield settle around you again. Because we are moving now from Homer to Marge, and Marge's story is one that the show has been telling in the background for 3.5 decades while everyone was watching. The man who married her. Marge Simpson is the most underestimated character in the history of the series. Not just by the other characters in Springfield, although that too, constantly and without apology. Underestimated by the audience. Underestimated by the cultural conversation around the show. Dismissed repeatedly and casually as the straight woman, the long-suffering wife, the responsible one, the person who exists primarily to provide a stable base from which Homer can launch himself into disasters. The anchor, the foundation, the sensible one. All of those things are true. And every single one of them is an incomplete picture of who Marge Bouvier Simpson actually is. Let's start with the hair, not as a joke. Seriously, Marge's hair is one of the most quietly symbolic pieces of visual storytelling in the entire show, and the fact that it has been played primarily as an absurdist gag for 3 decades has obscured how much meaning is packed into that impossible blue tower. Marge's mother, Jacqueline Bouvier, also has a very particular hairdo. So does Marge's sister, Patty. And Selma. The Bouvier women all express something about themselves through their hair that goes beyond simple vanity. For Marge, the beehive is armor. It is also a flag. It is also, when you look at it through the lens of the show's visual language, a kind of defiance. A woman who lives in a yellow town in a house that barely holds together, who is married to a man who daily generates new forms of chaos, who has 3 children with varying degrees of genius and recklessness, who has worked jobs she hated and abandoned dreams she loved and absorbed more than her share of the world's friction, and her head is topped with a tower of blue hair that makes her immediately visible in every crowd she enters. You cannot miss Marge in a crowd. That is not a joke. That is a choice the show has been making for 36 years. In a town full of dysfunction and noise, Marge is immediately identifiable. She stands out. And she built herself to stand out, even if the people around her have stopped seeing it. Marge was, before Springfield and Homer and the mortgage and the kids, a person with significant potential. The show returns to this in different ways across its run, and each return adds another layer to the picture. She had artistic ability that was genuinely impressive. In an episode where she discovers painting, her work turns out to be good enough to attract serious attention, and the episode's central conflict is the show wrestling with what happens when someone talented discovers that talent late, after the window for pursuing it professionally has, by conventional reckoning, closed. Marge paints. People notice, and then Springfield happens to it. As Springfield happens to everything, and the episode ends and the painting ends, and Marge goes back to being the thing she was before. But she was a painter. She always will have been. The show cannot unring that bell. She also had athletic ability. When Marge joins a bowling league, it turns out she is phenomenally good at bowling, good enough that a coach begins working with her seriously. Good enough that for a brief moment, a career trajectory flickers into view. And what happens? Homer. Not Homer being deliberately obstructive, which he is sometimes capable of. Homer being Homer, which is a different thing. Homer's need for Marge's attention, his barely articulated terror that she might discover a version of herself that does not need him, his gravitational pull toward self. Preservation that he cannot quite distinguish from love. Marge's bowling career does not survive the full episode. There is a pattern here that the show has repeated enough times to be intentional. Marge discovers a capacity. Marge begins to develop it. Springfield or Homer or the structural demands of her domestic life pulls her back. Not through obvious villainous intervention, through the steady accumulation of small obstacles that each individually seem reasonable and collectively add up to a ceiling. This is what the show knows about Marge that it can never quite say in a way that would allow the episode to end comfortably. Marge is intelligent, capable, and multidimensional. She is also profoundly trapped, not by any single force, but by the aggregate weight of a life that has organized itself around everyone else's needs. She is the stable point around which 4 other people orbit, and you cannot be a stable point and simultaneously pursue your own trajectory. The physics do not allow it. And Marge has accepted this. That is the part that is most quietly devastating about her character. She has not just accepted it out of resignation. She has accepted it out of something that looks, from the outside, like contentment. And that is sometimes genuine contentment, and is sometimes something more complicated. The line between choosing your life and making peace with the life you were handed is not always clear. The show knows this. It does not resolve it. Because real life does not resolve it either. Now let us talk about Marge's anxiety, because this is the character detail that the show introduces seriously and then frequently uses for comedy, but that has actual depth when you look at it carefully. Marge has a nervous habit. She makes a sound, a low hum in her throat when she is stressed or uncomfortable. The show uses this as a running gag, as a shorthand for her exasperation with Homer's antics. And it is funny. It is frequently very funny, but if you pay attention to when the sound appears, when it deepens, when it intensifies, you get a map of Marge's interior emotional life that is more detailed than most shows. Give their lead characters. Marge makes the sound when Homer is being oblivious. She makes it when her sisters criticize her life choices. She makes it when the kitchen has been destroyed, or the car has been wrecked, or the mortgage is overdue, or the children have done something that will require a difficult conversation. She makes it when she is having to hold herself together so that something important does not fall apart. Because if Marge does not hold it together, nobody will. This is the burden of the person who can always be counted on. The assumption that because you have always held it together, you will always be able to hold it together. That your capacity for management and patience and careful emotional labor is infinite. That the hum in your throat is a quirk and not a symptom. That you are fine. That you are always fine. That fine is just what you are. There is an episode, and it is one of the most significant ones in terms of what it reveals about Marge, where she is prescribed medication for anxiety, and the medication works. She stops making the sound. She stops managing the stress in the usual way. She becomes, by most observable metrics, happier, more relaxed, more present. She also becomes less Marge, less vigilant, less attuned to the household's needs, less the person who notices when everything is about to go wrong and steps in before it does. And the episode's central uncomfortable joke is that Marge's anxiety is load-bearing. That the thing that has been quietly hurting her is also the thing that has been keeping the household functional. When she stops managing her anxiety, the family briefly falls apart, because nobody else has ever had to manage the things she manages, because she was always there to manage them. First, the episode ends with the familiar reset, but the observation it makes is not reset. Marge's anxiety is not presented as a flaw to be corrected. It is presented as a feature of the environment in which she lives, a rational response to the genuine instability of her daily life, a coping mechanism that is calcified over. decades of practice into something she can barely distinguish from her personality anymore. This is the show being genuinely insightful about the kind of quiet stress that the most capable people in any household carry, and the way that capability becomes its own trap. Because the more you demonstrate you can handle something, the more of it you are given to handle. Now, Marge and Homer. We touched on this from Homer's side, but let's look at it from Marge's. Marge chose Homer. The show is unambiguous about this. She had other options. She had a boyfriend before Homer, a suave, handsome man named Artie Ziff, who was accomplished and charming and who wanted her. She chose Homer instead, and the show in various flashback episodes has tried to explain why. The explanations vary. In some versions, it is chemistry, an inexplicable physical pull that overrides sensible considerations. In others, it is Homer's specific kind of guileless need for her, the way he looked at her like she was the solution to a problem he had been trying to solve his whole life, which was both flattering and, for a woman with Marge's particular emotional landscape, compelling. In others, there is a sense that Marge recognized something in Homer that she could not find in Arte, something raw and real and unpolished that appealed to whatever in her was. Tired of performance. Whatever the reason, the choice was made, and Marge has been living it for 36 years. And here is the thing, the marriage is hard. Objectively, quantifiably hard. Homer is not an easy partner. He is frequently oblivious, sometimes selfish, occasionally genuinely harmful in his carelessness. He forgets anniversaries. He prioritizes beer over conversations that matter. He stumbles into situations that create work for Marge without ever fully seeing the work he is creating. He is, by the standards of any honest accounting, a difficult man to be married to. And yet the show keeps insisting, in its best moments, that this marriage is real. Not just functional. Not just endured. Real. That there is something between Homer and Marge that is not simply habit or inertia, but genuine love. The kind that has been weathered and tested and has survived its tests not. Because the tests were easy, but because the love was strong enough to absorb them. The show earns this. That is the remarkable thing. It keeps earning this, episode after episode, across decades of storytelling, because whenever it pushes Homer and Marge to the edge of something irreparable, it finds something real inside both of them to pull them back. Not resolution. Not Homer becoming a better man in any lasting way. But the specific real thing that made Marge choose Homer in the first place. The specific real thing in Homer that has never been damaged by the radiation or the crayon or the grief or the fog, which is the simple, overwhelming, inarticulate love he has for this woman. Homer loves Marge. This is presented as fact in the show's universe, as bedrock, as something that does not require proving because it is always already proven. And Marge, for all her frustrations and silences and the life she did not pursue, loves him back. The love is not perfect. It is not even always comfortable. But it is constant, and in Springfield, where so little else is, that constancy is something close to miraculous. Let us talk about Marge's sisters. Because Patty and Selma Bouvier are crucial to understanding who Marge is. Because they are, in a very real sense, the road not taken. They are Marge without Homer. Marge without the children and the house and the chaos and the love and the grounding weight of a family that needs her. They are Marge if she had made different choices. And the show is not kind to that version. Patty and Selma are miserable. Not always. Not completely. But there is a baseline unhappiness to their lives that the show keeps returning to. A sense of lives lived in the absence of the things that would have made them fuller. They smoke constantly. They watch soap operas with an investment that borders on desperate. They pursue romantic relationships that fail in ways that are sometimes funny and sometimes genuinely sad. They hate Homer, which is partially justified and partially projection, because Homer represents the life Marge chose instead of the life they have. And Marge loves them anyway, even knowing what they think of her husband, even tolerating the way they roll their eyes at her choices, because Marge has a loyalty to the people she loves that is not conditional on those people deserving it, and this is both her greatest virtue and the trait that has been exploited most consistently throughout her life. She is loyal to Homer, who does not always deserve it. She is loyal to her sisters, who frequently make her life harder. She is loyal to Springfield, to the school, to the community organizations she joins and runs and keeps afloat through sheer organizational will. Marge's loyalty is a force of nature, and like most forces of nature, it is magnificent and occasionally devastating. There is a version of Marge's life that is genuinely tragic, a woman of genuine intelligence and multiple talents who spent her prime years managing a household that could not have managed itself without her, who set aside every personal ambition not once but repeatedly, who kept the most chaotic family in the most chaotic town in a state of functional domesticity through sustained invisible labor that the show itself occasionally acknowledges and then forgets. And there is a version of Marge's life that is genuinely beautiful. The same woman. The same choices. The same household. But the beauty comes from seeing that Marge's care is not just maintenance. It is creation. The family does not just survive because of Marge. It becomes something through Marge. Something that would not otherwise exist, something that 3 children will carry through their lives, and that Homer will depend on in ways he cannot fully articulate. The love Marge generates is not just absorbed, it circulates. It comes back. It fills the house on Evergreen Terrace with something that makes it worth living in despite everything. The tragedy and the beauty are not in conflict. They are the same story, told from different angles. Which version you see depends on where you are standing. And the show, at its best, stands in both places at once. Marge Simpson is 34 years old. She has been 34 years old for 36 years. She has been that age through cultural shifts and technological revolutions and the complete transformation of American domestic life. She has been that age through the recession and the recovery and the various crises that reshaped what it means to be a family. She has been 34 and steady and present throughout all of it. And in that steadiness, in that refusal to age and change and move on, that the show's floating timeline gives all of its characters, there is something that the audience has always understood without quite naming. We need Marge to stay 34. We need her to be there. We need the house on Evergreen Terrace to smell like whatever Marge has been cooking. And we need her hair to be exactly that impossible, gravity-defying blue. And we need her to be standing in the kitchen when Homer comes home from work, because the alternative, the version where Marge is old and the children have left and the house is quiet and the blue hair has gone gray, is not something anyone pressed play on. She is frozen not because the show could not imagine her aging, but because aging means the family changes, and the family changing means the thing Marge built is over, and no one is ready for that. Not Springfield. Not the audience. Not the dreaming man in the hospital bed. If he is there. If the coma is real. Because the last thing a man in a coma dreams is the face of the woman he loves exactly as he last saw it, blue hair and all, standing in the kitchen where the world always resolved itself by the end of the episode. Marge is the show's heart. Not the funny heart that you think of when you think of The Simpsons. The actual heart. The one that keeps the blood moving. the one that keeps the family alive. The quiet, persistent, blue-haired heart of a show that has been beating for 36 years and shows no signs of stopping. And she is standing there right now, in Springfield, waiting for Homer to come home. He will be late. He usually is, and when he walks through the door, distracted and sheepish and smelling like the plant, she will make that sound in her throat, low and exasperated and entirely inevitable. And the loop will continue. And Springfield will be fine. Section 3. Bart Simpson. Rebel without a cause, or is he? Take a slow breath. Let yourself settle a little deeper. Because Bart Simpson is going to take some careful unpacking, and we want to make sure we have the space to do it properly. When The Simpsons first aired in December of 1989, Bart was the reason people talked about it. He was the character on the merchandise. He was on the t-shirts, the lunchboxes, the notebooks, the bed sheets. Eat my shorts. Don't have a cow, man. Ay caramba. He was the cultural footprint of the show before the show had quite established what it was. He was the rude, irreverent, don't give a damn energy of the early 90s channeled into a 10-year-old cartoon boy. And he hit American culture like something the culture had been waiting for without knowing it was waiting. And then something interesting happened. The show kept going. The characters deepened. The stories got more complex, and Bart, the character who had been the face of The Simpsons, slowly became the character the show understood the least completely. The mascot who outlived the message. Or so the conventional wisdom goes. The conventional wisdom is, as usual, only partially right. Let us start with what Bart is not. He is not simply a bad kid. This is the reductive reading, the one the show occasionally slides into when it is not at its best, the one where Bart's badness is purely comedic, purely performative, purely a delivery mechanism for pranks and mischief and whatever chaos the episode requires. That version of Bart is the lunchbox version, the t-shirt version, the version designed to sell things to children who wanted permission to be difficult. The real Bart is more complicated. The real Bart is a kid who was born into a particular family configuration in a particular social environment, and who developed a particular set of coping mechanisms that the world consistently misreads as pathology. Bart is the oldest child of Homer and Marge Simpson. He is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old for 36 years. He goes to Springfield Elementary School, where he is in the 4th grade. He is academically underperforming by every formal measure. His grades are poor. His test scores are low. He has been threatened with being held back multiple times. He has a complicated, sometimes adversarial relationship with every teacher he has had except one. The one exception is Mr. Bergstrom, a substitute teacher who appears in one episode in Season 2. An episode called Lisa's Substitute that is formally about Lisa but that contains one of the most quietly devastating moments in Bart's history. Mr. Bergstrom is kind to Bart. He sees something in Bart, some capacity beneath the performance, and he is patient with it. The episode's emotional weight is primarily Lisa's, because Lisa falls in love with this substitute the way a lonely, precocious child falls in love with the first adult who treats her mind as something real, and when he leaves it is genuinely painful for her, and the episode is genuinely painful to watch. But in the background of that episode, Bart has a smaller story. Bart does better in class when Mr. Bergstrom is teaching. The show does not dwell on this. It is not the episode's focus. But it is there, visible if you are paying attention. Bart responds to being treated with patience and genuine interest. He responds to an adult who sees him as a person rather than a problem. This is the key to Bart that the show returns to whenever it wants to do something more than comedy with him. Bart is not constitutionally incapable of effort or growth. He is a kid who has been told by teachers, by grades, by the institutional machinery of Springfield Elementary that he is the problem, that his energy is wrong, that his way of moving through the world is incompatible with success by any formal measure. And Bart, being Bart, internalized that assessment and made it into a flag. If they were going to call him the troublemaker, he was going to be the best troublemaker Springfield had ever produced. He was going to own the thing they were trying to use against him. This is not unique to Bart. This is a recognizable pattern in real children, particularly boys. Particularly boys with the specific combination of high energy and intelligence that does not map neatly onto traditional academic structures. The child who cannot sit still. The child who finishes assignments before the rest of the class and then finds something to do with the surplus time that the teacher calls disruptive. The child who is too smart to be bored quietly and not quiet enough to be smart in the acceptable way. Bart is that kid. He has been that kid for 36 years. His relationship with Principal Skinner is the institutional expression of this dynamic. Skinner sees Bart as a problem to be managed. Not because Skinner is a bad person, although he has his own significant complications which we will return to later. But because Skinner's entire professional framework is built around the maintenance of order, and Bart is constitutionally incompatible with the maintenance of order. They are, in a very real sense, each other's nemesis, but the power differential between them is so significant that it mostly looks like a principal with a delinquent, rather than two people locked in a genuine conflict. There are episodes where the show breaks from this formula and shows something more honest between Skinner and Bart. Episodes where Skinner's own frustrated ambitions and lost potential make him briefly legible to Bart as something more than an authority figure to be circumvented. Episodes where Bart sees through Skinner's officiousness to the unhappy person inside it. These moments are rare, but they are real, and they suggest that the show knows the Skinner-Bart relationship is more interesting than it usually allows itself to be. Now let us talk about Bart's relationship with Homer. Because this is the relationship that the show has complicated most deliberately over its run. On the surface, it is simple. Homer strangles Bart. Bart pranks Homer. They are the two disruptive forces in the household, constantly colliding, constantly generating chaos for Marge to manage and Lisa to observe with tired disapproval. It is a comedy relationship. It is meant to be funny. And it frequently is. But the show has also given this relationship genuine depth. In episode after episode, across decades of storytelling, the Homer-Bart relationship reveals something that neither of them could articulate, but that the audience can see clearly. They need each other, not just in the functional family sense. In a deeper, stranger, more specific sense. They are the same person at different stages of damage. Homer is what Bart might become if the world keeps treating him the way it has been treating him. And Bart is what Homer was before everything that happened to Homer happened to Homer. There is an episode where Homer misses Bart's Little League game. This is a stock sitcom plot, the distracted father who fails to show up for the important moment. The show walks through the familiar beats. Homer forgets. Bart is hurt. Homer feels guilty. There is an attempt at reconciliation. These beats exist in 50 years of American television, but the way the show plays them has a specificity that elevates it above formula, because the hurt on Bart's face is not just disappointment. It is recognition. It is the face of a kid who is filing away evidence, adding this moment to a file that already has too many entries, building a case for a conclusion he is not quite old enough. to name yet, but that he is already feeling in his chest. The conclusion is that he might not matter enough. That in the competition for Homer's attention, which includes donuts and television and Moe's Tavern and the various crises that Homer generates and then must manage, Bart does not always win. That love, even the real and genuine love Homer has for his son, is not always enough to make a person show up. Bart learns this and chooses to respond to it with performance rather than vulnerability. He doubles down on the troublemaking, on the chaos, on being the kid who demands attention by being impossible to ignore. If Homer will not come to the game, Bart will make sure there is always a game to attend. He will generate so much noise and disruption and spectacle that eventually someone will have to pay attention, because the alternative, the quiet waiting, the patient, expectation, is a posture that requires a kind of trust Bart has not fully developed. And then Homer shows up. Not always. Not reliably. But he shows up, and when he does, Bart's defenses fall in a way that is almost uncomfortable to watch, because the relief on his face is too naked, too complete, too much like the relief of a child who has been bracing for abandonment and discovered, again this time, not yet. The Homer-Bart relationship is the show's most honest portrait of a specific kind of father-son dynamic, the kind where love is real and reliable, and expression is not. Where the man loves the boy deeply and demonstrates it erratically, and the boy loves the man completely and protects himself by pretending not to. Now let us talk about Bart and Lisa. This sibling relationship is the secret heartbeat of the show. They fight constantly. They disagree about virtually everything. Lisa thinks Bart is wasting his potential. Bart thinks Lisa is insufferable about hers. Their personalities are so different that genuine compatibility seems impossible. Lisa is quiet and studious and earnest and principled. Bart is loud and careless and performatively indifferent. They should, by every reasonable prediction, be enemies. They are not enemies. They are, in the specific complicated way of siblings who actually love each other's most important relationship after their parents. When it matters, when the chips are down and someone needs to actually show up, Bart shows up for Lisa. And Lisa shows up for Bart. There is an episode where Lisa is having a particularly terrible day. Everything is going wrong. Her talents are going unrecognized. The school is failing her. The world is being the world, which in Lisa's experience means punishing intelligence and rewarding mediocrity. And at the end of the day, in a moment that the show does quietly without announcement, Bart does something kind for her. Not heroically, not dramatically. Just a small thing. In the way that siblings who pay attention to each other do small things because they notice when something is needed. These moments are scattered throughout the series like hidden photographs. They are not the centerpiece of any episode. They are the texture of the relationship. The proof that beneath the competitiveness and the mutual exasperation there is something genuine between these two children that neither of them could fully explain but that both of them rely on. Bart protects Lisa in public without ever quite acknowledging that he is doing it. He will not let other kids bully her. He will not let adults condescend to her without some form of pushback. He takes care of his sister in the specific way of an older sibling who has never been explicitly told to, but who would not know how not to. And Lisa, for all her frustration with Bart's failures and choices, never stops believing in him. This is the thing about Lisa that is most interesting about her relationship with her brother. She has evidence, a great deal of evidence, that Bart is not going to fulfill his potential in any conventional sense. She has watched him take the path of least resistance, the path of most disruption, the path away from every opportunity the universe has offered him. And she still believes on some quiet private level that Bart could be more than he is, that inside the chaos and the performance and the deliberate self-limitation, there is a person worth rooting for. She is not always right about this. But the belief itself is interesting. It suggests that Lisa, who is sharply realistic about most things, has a specific blind spot when it comes to her brother. And that blind spot is love. Let us talk about Bart's intelligence. Because this is the most persistently under-acknowledged aspect of his character. Bart is not stupid. The show demonstrates this repeatedly and then ignores its own evidence. Bart's pranks require planning, creative thinking, an understanding of social dynamics, and the ability to execute multi-step operations under pressure. These are not the cognitive skills of a slow learner. These are the skills of someone whose intelligence has been redirected away from academic performance and into something the school does not know how to measure. When the show puts Bart in situations that allow him to use his practical intelligence, when it gives him a problem that requires the specific skills he has actually developed, he is frequently the most capable person in the room. He is good at improvisation. He is good at understanding systems and finding the points where they can be exploited. He is good at reading people, at knowing what makes them tick and what will make them do what he needs them to do. He is, in short, exactly the kind of thinker that certain industries pay very well for in adulthood. He just cannot pass a standardized test. There have been moments, scattered across the series, where Bart does something that reveals the gap between his actual intelligence and his academic performance. A moment where he solves a problem elegantly. A moment where his understanding of a situation is more accurate than anyone else's. A moment where the performance drops and the real person is briefly visible, someone sharper and more observant than the troublemaker persona suggests. These moments never stick. The show resets. Bart goes back to the 4th grade. The grades stay bad, but the glimpses are there. Evidence of something that the system never managed to reach, and that Bart himself never quite knew how to claim. What does Bart want? This is the question that the show has the most trouble answering, and perhaps most honestly. Because Bart does not always seem to know what he wants. He knows what he does not want. He does not want to be invisible. He does not want to sit quietly while the world ignores him. He does not want to be managed and assessed and found lacking and put in a box labeled problem. He knows all of that. What he wants in its place is less clear. Recognition, maybe. Not the recognition of grades and trophies and formal achievement. Something more direct, someone looking at him and seeing him specifically, Bart Simpson, this particular 10-year-old, with these particular gifts and these particular limitations, and saying yes. That version. We will take that version. He has had moments of this with Skinner, briefly, unexpectedly, in episodes where their dynamic shifts into something more human. With Homer, in the episodes where Homer shows up. With Lisa, always, in the ongoing argument of their siblinghood that is also its own form of constant recognition. You cannot fight with someone that passionately without attending closely to who they are. Bart is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old for 36 years. He has been 10 years old through every cultural shift and every technological change and every redefinition of what a kid is allowed to be. He has been the bad boy and the mascot and the embarrassment and the heart and the chaos and the persistence. He has been the character the show understood least clearly and loved most helplessly. And every episode, after all the disruption and all the pranks and all the moments where he was impossible to manage, he ends up on the couch, in the house, with the family. The loop resets. Springfield finds its equilibrium, and Bart Simpson, 10 years old and chronically unreachable and secretly desperate to be reached, pulls whatever is nearest closer and settles in for the night. He will cause trouble tomorrow. He always does. But the couch is home. Whatever else is true, the couch is home. Section 4. Lisa Simpson, the loneliest genius in Springfield. We have come now to Lisa. Let yourself breathe, because Lisa's story is the one that hits the hardest if you let it. Lisa Marie Simpson is 8 years old. She has been 8 years old for 36 years. She plays saxophone. She has an IQ that the show has placed, depending on the episode, somewhere between 156 and a number the test could not adequately measure. She is a feminist, an environmentalist, a Buddhist, a student of literature and music and science and social justice, a vegetarian, a moral philosopher, and the conscience of A. Family in a town that are constitutionally resistant to having a conscience. She is 8 years old. She has been carrying all of that since the beginning. The loneliness of Lisa Simpson is the show's most consistent emotional truth. Not the loudest, not the one it leads with, but the most consistent, the most present, the one that accumulates across hundreds of episodes into something that is, if you have been paying attention, genuinely difficult to sit with. Lisa is lonely because she is brilliant in a place that punishes brilliance. She is lonely because she cares in a family that is frequently too distracted to match her caring. She is lonely because she is 8 years old, and she understands things that most adults in Springfield will never understand. And that understanding has not made her older or more powerful. It has just made her more aware of the distance between what she sees and what everyone around her can see. Let us start with the saxophone. The saxophone is not a detail. In The Simpsons, nothing is just a detail. The saxophone is Lisa. It is the physical expression of the part of her that lives beyond words, beyond argument, beyond the moral crusades and the principled positions and the lectures and the debates. When Lisa plays, she is not fighting for anything. She is not trying to change anyone's mind. She is just being, completely and without qualification, and the sound that comes out is the most honest thing in Springfield. The show established early on that Lisa's saxophone playing is genuinely good. Not just good for an 8-year-old. Good. Good enough that real musicians within the show's universe have responded to it, recognized something in it. Her hero is Bleeding Gums Murphy, a jazz musician who appears early in the show's run, who connects with Lisa across every difference of age and background because they share the specific language of music that transcends those differences. When Bleeding Gums dies, Lisa's grief is one of the show's most real moments. Not cartoon grief, real grief, the kind that surprises you with its depth, because you didn't know you were that attached until the thing was gone. The saxophone is also the one area of Lisa's life where she doesn't have to justify herself. She doesn't have to argue for the validity of jazz to a town that prefers television. She doesn't have to explain why music matters to people who have decided that mattering is mostly for other people. She plays. And the music exists, and that is enough. For Lisa, in a life full of arguments she is losing, the saxophone is the one victory that cannot be taken away. Now, Lisa's intelligence. Let us spend some time here. Because the show's treatment of Lisa's intelligence is its most nuanced ongoing character study. Being the smartest person in the room is presented in popular culture as a gift so obvious, it requires no qualification. You are smart. Therefore, you have advantages. Therefore, things go better for you than they go for less smart people. Therefore, your suffering, if you suffer, is a problem you should be able to think your way out of. This logic is so widespread and so intuitive that most of us accept it without examination. The Simpsons does not accept it. The Simpsons has spent 36 years patiently, repeatedly demonstrating that this logic is wrong. Or rather, that it is wrong in Springfield. And Springfield, as the show keeps suggesting, is more like the real world than the real world finds comfortable to acknowledge. Lisa's intelligence has not made her life easier. It has made it more complicated in ways that intelligence alone cannot solve, because the complications are not problems with solutions. They are conditions. The condition of being consistently undervalued in environments you cannot leave. The condition of caring more than the people around you and having to live with the consequences of their indifference. The condition of seeing the world clearly enough to know exactly how badly it is organized while being 8 years old, and therefore having essentially no power to reorganize it. The show gives Lisa victories. She solves mysteries. She exposes injustices. She occasionally changes a mind or shifts a policy or prevents a disaster through the application of her intelligence and her principled stubbornness. The show is not unrelentingly bleak about Lisa's prospects. But the victories are always partial. The injustice she exposes today comes back in a different form next episode. The mind she changed today has forgotten by next week. Springfield resets as Springfield always resets. And Lisa wakes up on another Monday morning exactly as smart and exactly as lonely as she was before. This is the floating timeline applied to Lisa's emotional life. She can win individual battles, but she cannot win the war. Because the war is against the structure of reality in Springfield, and that structure has been in place since before. She was born and will continue after she is gone. Now let us talk about Lisa and Bart. We touched on this from Bart's side, but from Lisa's perspective, it is a different story. Lisa loves Bart in spite of everything, in spite of the pranks and the noise and the deliberate underachievement and the way he takes up space in every room in ways that make less space for her. She loves him because he is her brother, which is a complete reason even when it doesn't feel like one, and because somewhere inside all the chaos, she sees something in Bart that she can see and that the adults in their lives cannot. She sees the intelligence misdirected. She sees the sensitivity buried under the performance. She sees who Bart could be, and she has not given up on that version of him. This is its own form of loneliness, being the person who sees potential in someone who cannot see it in themselves. Spending years believing in a version of a person that the person has never quite managed to inhabit. Lisa has been doing this with Bart their entire animated lives, and she does it with her father, and she does it with Springfield, and she does it with America, which the show periodically uses Lisa to comment on in ways that are both sharp and melancholy. Lisa loves things that disappoint her. This is the central repetitive tragedy of her character. She loves jazz in a town that prefers television. She loves the environment in a town that is an environmental hazard. She loves democracy in a town that has repeatedly demonstrated it can be manipulated by a billionaire with minimal effort. She loves truth in a town that made truth illegal one episode and then forgot it the next. She loves these things not naively but with full knowledge of their current condition, and she keeps loving them because she believes they could be different. And the belief is the thing that has not been taken from her yet. This is the show's most careful, most dangerous character decision. Keeping Lisa's hope alive. Not extinguishing it, which would be bleak. Not fulfilling it, which would be false. Just keeping it there. Tender and alive in the middle of everything. The thing that gets back up every episode alongside Bart and Homer and everyone else. Because the show understands that the world needs people who keep believing things could be different even when everything around them argues the opposite. Lisa is that person. She has been that person for 36 years, and the loneliness of that position, the specific exhaustion of being the one who believes when no one else does, is something the show honors without ever quite resolving. Let us talk about Lisa's future, because the show has visited it. And what it shows there is instructive. In Season 6, the episode Lisa's Wedding takes the show forward into Lisa's adulthood. She is 23. She is engaged to a British man named Hugh Parkfield. She is at a prestigious university. She has become, in the broadest strokes, the person the show has been suggesting she would become. Intelligent, principled, searching for love in ways that reflect her specific combination of need and reserve. And she is still lonely, not devastatingly, not without hope. But the episode makes clear that the things that make Lisa who she is have not found easy accommodation in adulthood. That the world is still not quite organized around what she needs it to be organized around. That the intelligence and the caring and the principle that defined her childhood have become the defining features of her adult life too. And that the rewards and the costs of those features have not changed as much as she might have hoped they would. The episode ends with Lisa returning to the present, to being 8 years old, because the future is a closed door in the show's format. But the glimpse is real. And the real thing it says is that Lisa will be okay. She will struggle, in the way she has always struggled. But she will be okay. The caring and the intelligence will find their places. The loneliness will have company sometimes. The saxophone will still be there. She will be okay. That is not a small thing. That is not a given for every character in Springfield. Some of them will not be okay by any honest reckoning. But Lisa will be okay, and the show wants you to know this, because it knows that you have been worried about her. Because she has been 8 years old for 36 years. Carrying more than any 8-year-old should carry. And the kindest thing the show can do for her, and for you, is tell you that the carrying pays off eventually. Lisa will be okay. For now, though, she is 8 years old in Springfield, which is the hardest place in the world to be the person she is. She is in the 2nd grade, learning things the teacher does not know. She is at dinner listening to conversations that circle around the most important things without ever landing on them. She is in her room, at night, with the saxophone, playing the only language that fits, and somewhere in Springfield, in the dark and the quiet of a Springfield night, the music goes up and out and over the cracked cooling towers of the power plant and over the houses of the yellow people with their 4 fingers and their bulging eyes and their complicated lives, and it is beautiful, and it is sad, and it is exactly right. Lisa Simpson plays in the dark. And the loop continues. And Springfield sleeps. Section 5. Maggie Simpson. The Silent Force. Here we are now, in the quietest corner of the Simpson house. Settle in. Let your breathing slow, because Maggie's story is the one that unfolds slowly, in silence, and asks you to pay the kind of attention that nighttime makes easier than daytime. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She communicates through a pacifier and a vocabulary of looks and gestures, and the rare, significant action that punctuates her silence like a period at the end of a very long Sentence. She cannot walk reliably. She cannot speak in any sustained way. She is the baby of the family, the youngest Simpson, the one who gets picked up and put down and carried and tended to and worried about and occasionally completely forgotten in. The background of whatever crisis everyone else is managing. And she is, when you look carefully, the most extraordinary person in Springfield. This is not a hyperbolic claim. The evidence for it is spread across 36 years of episodes, most of them in small moments, quick cuts, background gags that the show drops without comment and moves on. Because one of Maggie's defining qualities is that the show does not dwell on her remarkable things the way it dwells on everyone else's. She acts. The action happens. The camera looks away, and Maggie returns to her pacifier, watching whatever comes next with those large, dark eyes that have seen more than anyone knows. Let us build the case methodically. Starting from the beginning. Maggie's first appearance in the opening credits is its own small story. In the famous couch gag variations, in the grocery store sequence of the original opening, Marge absently places Maggie on the conveyor belt at the checkout, like an item to be scanned, and then catches her and puts her back in the cart. It is a joke about inattention, about the way babies can slip from notice in a busy household, but watch Maggie's face in that moment. She does not seem alarmed. She does not seem distressed. She has the expression of someone who is used to being put down and picked back up, who has made peace with the transient nature of her position in the household's attention, and who is using the time between being noticed to observe. That expression appears again and again throughout the series. Maggie, watching. Maggie, taking in information. Maggie, filing away evidence for a purpose that the show has never quite specified, but that feels, if you pay close enough attention, like it has one. The most analyzed moment in Maggie's history is, of course, the shooting. We have covered the Burns mystery in broad terms, but let us focus specifically on Maggie's part in it because her part is the most interesting one. Whether or not Maggie intentionally pulled the trigger on Burns, the aftermath of the accusation is revealing. A baby was identified as a probable shooter of the richest man in Springfield. The investigation confirmed it. The medical evidence, the Dina evidence, the victim's own account, all pointed to Maggie. And the official response was that no action would be taken because she was too young to be held accountable. Case closed. Except for the final shot of the episode, the shot that the show lingers on a beat longer than strictly necessary. Everyone has left the room. Maggie is alone. She checks her surroundings deliberately in the way that you check a room when you want to confirm that no one is watching. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics the gesture of firing a gun. This sequence requires analysis. There are two readings. In the first reading, Maggie is imitating what she saw, the way babies imitate adult behavior without understanding the meaning behind it. She saw something happen. She is repeating the motion. Children do this all the time with everything from driving to phone conversations to cooking. The motion is mimicry, not intention. In the second reading, Maggie is doing something more purposeful. She is confirming to herself, in private, that she knows what happened. She is reviewing the event. She is, in the behavior of the gesture, acknowledging something about her own agency, the fact that a thing was done and she was the one who did it. The second reading requires a level of self-awareness in a 1-year-old that is impossible by any biological standard, which is precisely the point. Maggie has not developed in the expected ways. She has been 1-year-old for 36 years. In that time, she has not learned to walk with any consistency. She has not developed language in any meaningful way. By the markers of normal infant development, she is profoundly delayed. But delay and limitation are not the same thing, and the evidence of what Maggie can do, assembled from across the series, suggests that whatever is developing in Maggie has not followed the typical sequence. That the intelligence and the awareness and the will that should have manifested through language and mobility and the normal developmental milestones of early childhood have found a different channel, that Maggie is growing in a direction the show has never quite named. The Longest Daycare is the most extended study of Maggie we have. A 7-minute theatrical short nominated for an Academy Award in which Maggie navigates an authoritarian daycare center to protect a caterpillar from a bully infant named Gerald. The short operates without dialogue. Everything that happens is communicated through action and expression and the physical environment. And what happens is Maggie engaging in a sustained, sophisticated, adaptive operation that demonstrates strategic thinking, risk assessment, spatial reasoning, emotional regulation under pressure, and the ability to anticipate and counter another person's behavior. All of this from a baby who cannot walk without falling. The gap between Maggie's physical capabilities and her cognitive capabilities is striking. She is, physically, exactly what you expect of a 1-year-old. She falls. She crawls. She struggles with things that require fine motor control. Her body is genuinely infantile, but her mind, if the evidence of her actions is any guide, is operating several developmental stages ahead of her physical reality. She is, in the most literal sense, trapped in a body that cannot keep up with who she is. Think about what that experience would be like. If you were fully aware, fully conscious, fully capable of complex thought and strategic planning and emotional understanding, and you were doing all of this inside a body with the physical capabilities of a 1-year-old. A body that people carry and set down and carry again. A body that people look at and see only what they expect to see, which is an infant, which is helplessness and simplicity and needs. A body that is the most effective possible camouflage for whatever Maggie actually is. Is it possible that the camouflage is intentional? The show has toys with this idea more than once. Maggie has spoken. In a famous scene, her first word was Daddy, voiced by Elizabeth Taylor, a guest appearance that underscored the weight of the moment. The word was said once and not repeated. The show treated it as a special event and then moved past it, returning Maggie to her standard silence. And viewers accepted this because viewers accept what the show tells them is normal, but the question it raises is one the show has never answered. Maggie can speak. She spoke. And then she chose not to. Not could not. Chose not to. Why would a child choose silence? One answer, the practical answer, is that the show requires Maggie to be silent because that is her narrative function, and having her speak would change that function in ways the show does not want. This is a completely valid production answer, and probably the correct one in terms of intentional creative decision-making. But within the logic of Springfield, within the universe the show has built, there is a different answer. One that the show has, perhaps inadvertently, supported with evidence across decades of episodes. Maggie is silent because silence is the most powerful position available to her. She has watched her sister be brilliant and be dismissed. She has watched her brother be disruptive and be contained. She has watched the adults in her life spend their energy on things that do not change, because the system that holds them is more powerful than any individual's resistance to it. She has been watching all of this from the age of 0, from a position of absolute invisibility, and she has drawn a conclusion. The conclusion is that action is more effective than announcement. That invisibility is protection. That the less power appears to rest in a thing, the more freely that thing can move. That the baby in the corner with the pacifier is the last person anyone worries about. which means the baby in the corner with the pacifier can do things that no one with a visible profile could do. Is Maggie waiting? The show implies this. Several episodes suggest that whatever Maggie is building toward, whatever action she is preparing, has not yet arrived. She is present. She is watching. She is developing at a pace and in a direction that does not match what anyone around her can measure. And Springfield continues around her, oblivious. Homer carries her. Marge feeds her. Bart occasionally treats her as a small accessory to his adventures. Lisa occasionally speaks to her with a directness that suggests Lisa has some intuition about who her sister actually is, even if she cannot articulate it. The household revolves and the episodes happen, and Maggie moves through all of it like water through a crack, unnoticed, unmanaged, accumulating. There is a reading of Maggie under the radiation theory that is specifically interesting. If Springfield's contaminated environment creates biological mutations, and if those mutations affect each member of the Simpson family differently, Homer and Maggie represent the opposite poles of what the radiation does to human intelligence. Homer's cognitive function was reduced, possibly by the combination of environmental exposure and the physical obstruction of the crayon. Maggie's, in this reading, was amplified. The same environmental factor, expressed differently in different subjects, producing on one end the most cognitively limited member of the household, and on the other end the most cognitively powerful. Same water, same air, same cracked cooling towers, same yellow skin and 4 fingers and bulging eyes. But where the father's brain was diminished, the daughter's was given something extra. This is not a comforting reading. It raises questions about what Maggie will do with what she has been given, what the most intelligent person in Springfield, who is also the most invisible and the most patient, and the one who has been watching the longest, will eventually decide to do. With all of that observation, the show has never answered this. It is, in the most literal sense, the one mystery in Springfield that remains completely unresolved. All the other mysteries have answers, even if the answers are disputed. The Burns shooting has an official answer. Homer's coma has a fan theory that functions as an answer. The radiation's effect on Springfield has an accumulation of evidence that functions as an answer. But Maggie's endgame has nothing. The show has shown us glimpses of what she can do, and it has shown us that she is planning something, or waiting for something, or preparing for something. But it has never told us what. And Maggie is not telling. She never does. That is the whole point. She will not tell us until she is ready, and she is the one who decides when ready is. So we wait with her. In Springfield, in the quiet, with the pacifier and the watching and the 36 years of silence that has never been emptiness, but has always been the specific fullness of a mind that knows what it knows, and is choosing carefully when to speak. When Maggie finally acts, Springfield will not see it coming. That, too, is the whole point. Section 6. M.R. Burns, the oldest man in fiction. We have arrived at Burns. Let the quiet of the room settle around you, because Burns's story is a long one, longer than the show has ever fully told, and in the telling of it, there are things that are strange and things that are sad and things that are genuinely frightening in the way that only accumulations of power can be frightening when you trace them back far enough. Charles Montgomery Plantagenet Schicklgruber Burns, that is his full name, which the show reveals in fragments across its run as a joke that is also a portrait. The length of it, the grandeur implied by Plantagenet, the absurdity of Schicklgruber, The Montgomery that sits in the middle like a formal portrait of a man who has decided, long ago, that formality is the appropriate posture for someone who has as much to be formal about as he does. Burns is, by the most conservative reading of the show's canon, well over 100 years old. By the most generous reading, he may be pushing 140. He has referenced memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has described personal relationships with people who died before World War I. He attended Yale. He served in what the show has variously suggested was either World War I or World War II, and the ambiguity is itself revealing, because it suggests a man whose history is long enough that even he may not always be certain which war he is remembering. He has met Howard Hughes. He has met multiple presidents. He has been alive long enough that his reference points for contemporary events are the same reference points used in history textbooks. He is also the most powerful person in Springfield. By several orders of magnitude. Burns does not simply have more money than everyone else in town. He has a categorically different relationship with the town than anyone else who lives there. He owns the power plant that generates the town's electricity. He controls, directly or indirectly, the employment of a significant portion of Springfield's workforce. He has political influence that extends to the governor's office and, in certain episodes, beyond that. He has had journalists suppressed, investigations terminated, politicians purchased, and environmental regulations conveniently overlooked for decades. Burns is not wealthy in the way that wealth is commonly understood. He is not simply at the top of a hierarchy. He is the infrastructure the hierarchy runs on. You cannot remove Burns from Springfield without Springfield collapsing, because Springfield was built around Burns, or rather, around the power plant, which is Burns. Which means Burns is not a resident of Springfield. He is a condition of Springfield. Like the radiation, like the floating timeline. He is something the town exists inside of rather than alongside, and he has been around long enough to have built this condition deliberately. Let us talk about Burns in his youth. The show has visited Burns's past several times, and what it shows there is consistently interesting because it shows a person who was, at some point, something other than what he became. Young Burns, as glimpsed in various flashbacks, was the child of a wealthy family, but also a child who had relationships and feelings, and a mother he loved and who loved him. There is an episode that depicts Burns as a young boy, being walked away from his poor but happy family by his wealthy grandfather, who essentially purchased him from his birth. Family to install him as heir to the Burns fortune. The moment of separation, the young Burns being taken from everything he knew and placed into wealth and power and isolation, is played with a genuine melancholy that the show does not often allow itself when dealing with Burns. He was, before the wealth and before the power and before the 100 years of accumulation, a child who was separated from his family and shaped deliberately and systematically by an environment that valued power over everything else. Who learned, in the specific environment of that wealth and that isolation, that the world was organized around power, and that the only safe position in a world organized around power was to have more of it than everyone else. This does not excuse what Burns became. The show is not asking you to excuse it. But it is asking you to see it as something that developed, something that was made rather than simply existing, something that had a beginning even if it has not yet had an ending. Burns's relationship with Smithers is the most analyzed relationship in the show. Waylon Smithers is Burns's assistant, his personal secretary, his manager, his enabler, and, by the show's own eventually confirmed implication, the person who loves Burns most. completely of anyone in Springfield. Smithers is devoted to Burns with an intensity that goes several layers beyond professional loyalty, and the show spent many years gesturing toward this devotion and then declining to fully confirm its nature before eventually, in later seasons, becoming explicit about it. What is interesting about Smithers from a character perspective, though, is not the nature of his feelings for Burns, but the function those feelings serve in the relationship. Smithers keeps Burns alive, not metaphorically, literally. He manages the medical schedule that keeps Burns' disease equilibrium from collapsing. He ensures the weekly radiation treatments happen on time. He understands, at a level no one else in Springfield does, exactly how fragile Burns' continued existence is, and exactly what is required to maintain it. Without Smithers, Burns would be dead within the week. This is not an overstatement. The show has established it as mechanical fact. And Smithers knows this. More importantly, Smithers knows that Burns needs him in this specific medical, logistical sense in a way that is completely separate from whatever emotional landscape exists between them. Smithers is not just devoted. He is necessary. His devotion has a practical component that is, in its own strange way, the most secure position anyone in Springfield has relative to Burns. Burns can fire any employee. He can dismiss any politician. He can suppress any investigation. But he cannot dismiss Smithers without dying, and Burns' entire apparatus is oriented toward not dying, which means Smithers, by virtue of being the one thing Burns cannot lose, has a form of security that no amount of money could purchase. This is a darkly funny power dynamic. The most powerful man in Springfield is completely dependent on the man he treats most casually. The billionaire who controls the town's electricity and half its economy cannot survive a week without the schedule management of his assistant. And the assistant knows this and stays anyway. Not because he is forced to, not because he lacks options, but because he loves Burns, and the love includes generously and apparently without resentment, the knowledge that it is not fully returned. There is an episode where Smithers leaves Burns, takes a vacation, attempts to live a life outside the Burns orbit, and everything that happens in that episode confirms what has been suggested throughout the series. Smithers, outside the Burns relationship, is unmoored. His entire identity has been organized around Burns for so long that the absence of Burns is the absence of himself. He returns. He always returns. Not because Burns is good to him, not because the relationship is healthy by any formal measure, but because, for Smithers, the Burns relationship is the organizing structure of his existence, and without it, everything else is formless. Burns, for his part, takes Smithers' devotion as a given, as furniture, as a fact of his environment that requires no acknowledgement, because furniture does not require acknowledgement. And then, in the episodes where something threatens Smithers' presence, when Smithers quits or is threatened with dismissal or is temporarily replaced, Burns is briefly, uncomfortably, visibly lost. Not emotionally, or at least not in a way he can name, but functionally. Without Smithers, Burns does not work. The machinery of his life, the treatments, the schedule, the management of the empire, all of it depends on Smithers in ways that Burns has never had to acknowledge because Smithers has never made him. Now let us talk about what Burns actually is. Not as a corporate villain, which is the easy reading. As something stranger and more particular, Burns is a man who has outlived his world. The world he was raised in, the world whose values and assumptions shaped his fundamental orientation to reality. The world of the late 19th century and the early 20th century, where wealth and power were explicitly connected to worth and where the idea that a man like Burns might be obligated to consider the welfare of the people who worked. for him would have been considered sentimental, that world is gone, has been gone for decades. The laws changed. The culture changed. The social contract was renegotiated without Burns's participation and without his consent, and Burns is still operating by the original terms. Not because he is unaware of the changes, but because, from his position of sufficient insularity and sufficient power, the changes have never quite reached him. He has bought politicians to prevent regulations from applying. He has suppressed journalism to prevent accountability from functioning. He has arranged his world so thoroughly that the new world's rules do not constrain him, because the old world's rules still apply everywhere that Burns actually lives. He is a man out of time who has used his resources to prevent time from catching up with him. Not just biologically, through the treatments. Culturally and legally and economically. Burns has made his own world and he lives in it, and Springfield lives in it with him. And the people of Springfield have been living in the Burns world for so long that they do not always recognize it as a specific historical construction. They think it is just how things are. This is the most frightening thing about Burns. Not the individual cruelties, not the specific violations. The fact that an entire town has organized its understanding of normal around the conditions of his existence. Conditions that are, in the context of broader American history, abnormal and temporary and not ultimately sustainable, but that feel, from inside Springfield, like the permanent condition of things. There is something in Burns's story that rhymes with the theory of Springfield's collective denial. The town forgets things because forgetting is safer than remembering. But Burns remembers everything. He is the one permanent memory in a town of transient ones. Every crime he has committed, every violation he has overlooked, every person he has damaged, Burns holds all of it in a mind that has had 100 years to organize it, and he has organized it in a way that protects him from consequence, filing away the incriminating things under the heading of necessary business and the dangerous things under the heading of competitive advantage. He is the archive of Springfield's sins, and the archive is in his possession, which means it will never be used against him. Burns has been shot. He has been hospitalized. He has been attacked and poisoned and abandoned and diagnosed with every disease medical science can identify. He has faced consequences that would have ended a lesser man's story in the first act. And he comes back. Every time. Not through cartoon resilience, through infrastructure. Through the machinery of wealth that ensures no matter what happens, someone is always standing by to rebuild him. Homer's resilience is passive. He takes damage and his body absorbs it, presumably because the radiation has altered his physiology in ways that make him nearly indestructible. Burns's resilience is active and chosen, and expensive. Every dollar he has spent, every institution he has corrupted, every doctor he has retained, every Smithers he has kept employed, serves the single purpose of ensuring that. Charles Montgomery Burns continues to exist and to function and to run his empire in perpetuity. This is the show's most pointed observation about a certain kind of power. Power does not just accumulate resources. Power accumulates the infrastructure of its own perpetuation. Burns does not simply have money. He has a system designed to convert money into continued existence, into more money, into more continued existence, in a closed loop that does not require any input from the world outside it. He is self-sustaining in the way that only truly extreme concentrations of wealth can be. He does not need Springfield's goodwill. He does not need its approval. He does not even particularly need its continued health. although he has calculated correctly that a living Springfield is more profitable than a dead one. He needs it to remain his. And it does. It has. It will. Burns is somewhere in the house on the hill above Springfield right now, being kept alive by the machinery he built for exactly this purpose. The treatments will happen this week, as they happen every week. Smithers will be there to manage the schedule. The empire will continue. The plant will run. The water will carry whatever it carries, and Springfield will wake up tomorrow and go to work and not quite understand why the fish have 3 eyes and not quite ask. Because asking leads somewhere Burns cannot allow it to lead. And Burns has been doing this long enough to know exactly how to prevent the asking from happening. He was never just a villain. He was always a system that has been running since before anyone in Springfield was born, that will be running after they are gone, that has built its own perpetuation so thoroughly into the structure of the town that removing Burns would not remove the Burnsness. It would just leave a vacancy in the machine, and the machine would find a way to fill the vacancy, and the cycle would continue. That is the real horror of Burns, not the individual cruelties. The permanence. The fact that it was designed to be permanent. That it has succeeded so far in being permanent. That Springfield contains a system whose purpose is not to serve Springfield, but to serve Burns, and that the people of Springfield have been living inside that system for so long that they experience it as reality rather than as a construction. He is too expensive to die, and Springfield will keep paying. Section 7. Ned Flanders, the saint who suffers. We are moving now into the house next door. Let the Springfield night settle around you. The hum of the power plant in the distance. The stars above a town that sits in a state nobody can quite identify. And the warm light in the window of a house that is, from the outside, the most orderly house on Evergreen Terrace. Ned Flanders' house. Ned Flanders is, on paper, the most admirable person in Springfield. He is kind. He is generous without any obvious calculation of return. He is a devoted father. He is a dedicated churchgoer. He is physically disciplined, cheerful in the face of repeated misfortune, patient with a neighbor who has made his life measurably worse on multiple occasions, and genuinely, visibly, consistently trying to be a good person. And the show punishes him for it, relentlessly. Across 36 years of episodes, with a thoroughness that would be satire if it were not also, on careful inspection, something closer to an accurate portrait of a specific kind of human experience. Let us start at the beginning of Ned. Not the Ned we see on screen, the relentlessly affable, Bible-quoting neighbor. The beginning of Ned Flanders, before the niceness, before the okily-dokily, before the mustache and the cheerful waves and the willingness to lend Homer literally anything he asks for, no matter how many times it fails to come back. Before all of that, there was a child named Ned who was, by the show's account, a genuinely frightening child. Aggressive. Uncontrollable, wild in the specific way of a child with no external structure and no internal regulation, and parents who, being devoted beatniks, believed that discipline was fascism and that the child would find his own equilibrium if left to develop naturally. The child did not find his own equilibrium. The child developed into something the world found very difficult to be around. And Ned's parents took him to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist's method was behavioral modification of an intensity that the show depicts as clearly excessive, a sustained program of conditioning that beat the aggression out of Ned, not metaphorically, but as close to literally as you can get without crossing a legal line. The treatment worked. The aggression was suppressed. The child emerged as something new, something the world found easy to be around and pleasant to interact with. But suppression is not cure. And what the treatment built was not kindness in the natural sense. It was a structure, a framework laid over the original Ned, containing him, channeling everything that was violent and difficult and demanding into a form that society could accommodate. The kindness is real. The generosity is real. The patience is real. But they are real in the way that a cultivated garden is real, which means they require maintenance, and when maintenance fails, what is underneath is still there. The maintenance fails. There is an episode where it fails spectacularly. A hurricane destroys Ned's house. The community rallies to help, because Springfield does occasionally rally in ways that are genuinely communal. They rebuild the house. And the house they build is terrible. It is crooked and unstable and wrong in every dimension, built with the combination of incompetence and enthusiasm that characterizes most of Homer's contributions to anything. And the new house, Ned's new house, collapses almost immediately. And something in Ned collapses with it. He screams. He does not merely raise his voice. He unleashes, from somewhere beneath the conditioning, from somewhere beneath 36 years of maintained structure, a version of himself that has never been allowed to speak. He says things he has been holding back for decades. He insults people who have needed insults for years. He is, briefly and completely, the Ned who was there before the psychiatrist. The Ned who never got to exist in the world because existence was conditioned out of him before he was old enough to consent to the modification. And then he is institutionalized. He is committed to a mental health facility, and the facility's professionals do their work, and the structure is rebuilt, and Ned comes home and is Ned again. The show treats this as recovery, as a return to normal. And it is, technically, in the functional sense. Ned is once again the person who can live next door to Homer and wave cheerfully and lend the lawnmower without demanding its return. But the episode has shown you something that cannot be unshown. It has shown you the floor under Ned's niceness. It has shown you that the kindness is constructed over something that is not kind. That beneath the Bible verses and the neighborliness and the patience, there is a person who was shaped by forces outside his control into a form that serves a social function, without, necessarily, serving the person inside it. This does not make Ned's kindness fake. That is not the point. The point is that Ned's kindness is hard in a way that no one around him ever sees. That being Ned, maintaining Ned, being the structure rather than the person inside it, is work. Daily, sustained, invisible work, and that the work is never done because the original Ned never stopped existing. And original Ned will be there tomorrow, and next week, and next year, pressing against thee. Structure. Testing it. Waiting for the next hurricane. Now let us talk about what has been taken from Ned. Maud Flanders was Ned's wife. She was kind and devoted and the kind of person who existed primarily as a foil to Ned's specific form of religious dedication, a companion to his faith who mirrored it back at him with gentle warmth. She was not a deeply developed character in the show's first seasons. She was present. She was pleasant. She was Ned's wife. And then she died. In season 11, at a Springfield Speedway event. Homer was dodging t-shirts from a promotional cannon. The t-shirts that Homer did not catch flew into the stands and struck Maud and knocked her from the bleachers. The fall killed her. Ned's wife was killed because Homer was dodging promotional t-shirts. The show plays this for what it is, which is genuine tragedy, and it plays Ned's grief with an honesty that is unusual for the series. And then it plays the aftermath with something even more uncomfortable. Ned forgives Homer. Not immediately, not without struggle, but eventually, fully, in the way that Ned does everything, which is the way the conditioning demands. He cannot sustain resentment. He was literally conditioned out of resentment as a child. Whatever he feels toward Homer for Maude's death, whatever the original Ned would have felt and done about this, the structured Ned cannot access it for more than a moment before. The structure reasserts itself. Ned forgave Homer, and then he kept living next door to Homer. And then he kept being Homer's neighbor and occasional friend and reliable resource for borrowed items and general good nature. He kept being Ned. Because Ned is the structure and the structure holds. This is presented as a virtue. The show clearly intends it as a virtue. Forgiveness is a virtue. Patience is a virtue. The ability to absorb profound personal tragedy and continue to function as a caring member of your community is a virtue. But the show also knows, and the show's best writers have always known, that there is something about Ned's virtue that is not entirely free. That the forgiveness is not chosen in the way free choices are chosen. That the patience is not temperamental, but structural. That Ned is good not simply because he decided to be good, but because a psychiatrist decided for him when he was very young. Free virtue is one thing. Conditioned virtue is something more complicated. There is also the matter of God. This is where Ned's story becomes its most quietly devastating. Ned believes. Sincerely, completely, with the full investment of his intelligence and his emotional life and his daily practice. Ned does not go to church as a habit or a social ritual or a community obligation. He goes because he believes, and his belief is the organizing principle of his life, the framework within which all the other frameworks exist. His kindness is an expression of his faith. His patience is an expression of his faith. His forgiveness of Homer is an expression of his faith. Take the faith away and the whole structure loses its foundation. And what has the faith given him? The show has been careful about this in a way that is both honest and unkind. God exists in the Simpsons universe. The show has confirmed this. God has spoken to Homer face to face on multiple occasions. Homer who sleeps during church. Homer who does not follow any particular moral code. Homer who has committed essentially every sin available to a man of his limited circumstances. Homer has had direct divine contact. God has spoken to Homer, has given Homer advice, has acknowledged Homer's existence in the most literal possible way. God has never spoken to Ned. This is not stated explicitly in the show. It is demonstrated through omission. The man who has dedicated his life to faith, who has organized his entire existence around his relationship with God, who has constructed his identity as a devout person, and has maintained that identity through genuine personal loss and hardship and the psychological weight of his own conditioning, that man has never received the validation that Homer, in his oblivious bumbling, has received multiple times without asking for it. The drunk who falls asleep in the front pew gets the divine conversation. The devoted man in the back pew, the one who has been listening every week for decades, gets silence. The show knows this is devastating. It is not an accident. It is a specific, deliberate choice to put these two facts about the same fictional universe side by side and let the contrast do its work. And what the contrast says is something about the nature of merit and reward that is deeply uncomfortable if you sit with it. Springfield does not reward virtue. It rewards noise. It rewards visibility. It rewards the people who demand attention regardless of whether they have done anything to deserve it. Ned has done everything to deserve it. Everything by any traditional accounting. And what he gets is a dead wife, a destroyed house, a neighbor who will never quite appreciate what he has been given. and a God who speaks to everyone except the one person who is actively, consistently, sincerely listening. The Ned Flanders theory, the darkest version of it, is not that Ned is a hypocrite. That would be a simpler and less interesting story. The darkest version is that Ned is exactly what he says he is, and that being exactly what he says he is has cost him almost everything. He is still there, though. Next door, with the warm light in the window. He will be there tomorrow, and the day after that, and whatever Springfield throws at him next. He will absorb, and he will forgive, and he will keep being Ned, because Ned is what he is, and what he is what the psychiatrist made, and the conditioning holds, and the structure is the person, and the person is the structure. Oakley dokley. And the Springfield night continues, and the hum of the power plant drones on, and Ned Flanders kneels beside his bed in the dark and says his prayers to the God who talks to Homer, and waits for an answer that has never come. Section 8. Moe Seislak, Springfield's most tragic soul. We are going to Moe's now. Find your stillness. Let the room darken a little more around you. Because Moe's Tavern, and the man who runs it, deserve a kind of attention that the show only occasionally gives them, and what they reveal when you look carefully is one of the most complete portraits of loneliness in the history of American animation. Moe Seislak. Bar owner. Friend of Homer. Former boxer. Former child actor. Occasional criminal. Deeply sad man. The person who, when the census comes around, is the most likely resident of Springfield to misrepresent his circumstances, not because he is dishonest, but because the truth is not something he has figured out how to say. Let us start with the bar. Moe's Tavern is not a successful business. It is barely a business at all. The clientele is small, loyal, and economically modest. Homer drinks there. Barney drinks there. A rotating cast of Springfield's more weathered citizens occupy the bar stools with the settled quality of people who have nowhere better to be. The tavern is perpetually on the edge of some financial crisis, perpetually in need of renovation it will never receive, perpetually holding together through a combination of negligence and habit. Moe manages this operation with a kind of grim competence. He is not a skilled bartender in any formal sense. He is not a skilled businessman. But he is present. He is always there when the door opens. He knows what his regulars drink before they ask. He listens. He listens an enormous amount. Behind that bar over the course of 36 years, Moe Seislak has heard more of Springfield's private grievances and private longings and private miseries than anyone else in town, including the priests and the therapists. He is Springfield's confessor. Without the collar or the credential, without the professional framework that would make the information he carries less heavy. Just a man behind a bar with a dirty rag and a face that looks like it has absorbed every sad story it has been told. The face. Let us spend a moment on the face. Moe's face is, within the visual logic of the show, notably different from the faces of other Springfield residents. More angular, more asymmetrical, more deeply lined in ways that suggest not just age, but a specific quality of accumulated experience, the kind of experience that compresses into the face over decades and leaves. Marks. The show has made jokes about Moe's appearance since the beginning. Moe himself has made jokes about it. He has a complicated, sometimes devastated relationship with his own appearance that the show periodically reveals with unexpected honesty. There is an episode where Moe gets a makeover. where his face is, through some combination of surgery and styling, made more conventionally attractive. And the episode shows what happens when a man who has organized his identity around being fundamentally unlovable is suddenly presented with the possibility that he might not be. The episode is funny, as the show generally is. But underneath the comedy, there is something genuine about what Mo experiences when the makeover works, something that reveals how much he has been carrying under the assumption that his appearance was the reason, the complete and sufficient reason, for everything in his life that has not worked out. The makeover does not fix Mo's life, of course. Nothing in Springfield fixes anything permanently. But the episode is honest about the fact that Mo's unhappiness is not primarily about his appearance. His appearance has been a convenient explanation, a thing he can point to that explains why love has been scarce and success has been elusive and the bar is always on the verge of failure. But the explanation is too simple. The real thing, the thing underneath the convenient story, is more complicated and less fixable. What Mo wants is connection. This is true of most people, but it is true of Mo with a particular acuity because he has so little of it, and he has been without it for so long, and he still, somehow, after all, the years behind the bar listening to other people's lives retains the capacity to want it. He has tried. The show has given Mo multiple storylines involving romantic relationships, each of which reveals something about why connection is hard for him. He falls in love. He does it genuinely, not as a game or a performance. He is, when he is in love, touchingly sincere in a way that conflicts sharply with his standard presentation as a cynical and occasionally threatening barroom proprietor. The love is real. And it consistently does not survive contact with the world, because Mo's world, which is the bar and the neighborhood and the small orbit of his regular customers, is not an environment that sustains the kinds of things Mo wants. The bar is a place where people come to not be where they are. Mo is part of the not being where you are. He is the alternative. And you cannot build a life with someone who is primarily a place you go to escape your life. This is Mo's specific trap. He creates the environment in which the people he cares about come to feel better, and his effectiveness at this creation is the thing that prevents any of them from looking up and seeing him clearly. Homer comes to the bar to escape the house. He sits at Mo's bar and he feels better. And then he goes back to the house where Marge and the kids are, and the house is the real thing, and the bar is the intermission. Mo is the intermission. He is where people come between the acts of their lives. And what is a man who lives in the intermission? What is the life of someone who is the place between the places? Mo has tried to answer this in various ways. He has attempted legitimate businesses, with the bar as the base, that would transform it from a dive into something more respectable. He has tried menu upgrades and marketing campaigns and theme nights. He has attempted, in the systematic way of someone who still believes that the right combination of effort and luck could unlock the life he imagines, to turn what he has into what he wants. None of it works. The bar returns to its baseline. The clientele remains. The rag stays dirty. Mo stays behind the counter. Now let us talk about the phone calls, because the prank calls are one of the show's most sustained running gags, and the thing about them that the show has never quite addressed is what they reveal about the person on the receiving end. Bart calls Mo's bar. He asks for someone by a name that sounds ordinary until Mo shouts it into the bar and the assembled patrons hear the joke. Amanda Hugginkiss. Alcoholic. Myra Maines. The gag is old. It predates the show. It is a classic prank call format. The show inherits it and makes Mo the perpetual victim. And Mo falls for it. Every time. For 36 years, the joke requires Mo to be the butt of it, which he accepts apparently. He shouts the name. The bar laughs. He realizes what has happened. He threatens violence into the phone in colorful and imaginative terms. The scene ends. The next episode, he is back behind the bar. And the next call comes. And he picks up the phone. Why does Mo keep answering? Why does he not screen the calls? Why does he not, after decades of this particular prank from this particular voice, develop any defensive strategy at all? One reading is that the calls, for all their cruelty, are a form of contact. They are reliable. They come consistently with the rhythmic dependability that most of Mo's social interactions lack. Bart calls. Mo answers. Something happens that involves Mo being seen, even if only as a target. He shouts into the phone at a voice that he knows, has always known, but has decided to pretend he does not know because acknowledging that he knows would end the calls. And the calls are what they are, which is contact. And contact is what Mo is short of. This is a reading the show does not make explicit. It may not be the intended reading. But it fits the character, it fits the pattern of a man who organizes his life around being needed, even when the needing is not kind. There is a more famous reading of the phone calls, which is that they represent the relationship between Bart and Mo from Bart's perspective. The prank calls are how Bart experiences his own cleverness, his power to disrupt from a distance, his ability to reach into adult spaces and rearrange them for his own amusement. From Bart's side, Mo is just a reliable response mechanism, a person whose reactions can be predicted and triggered. But both things can be true. Bart can be performing his cleverness, and Mo can be, in his own private way, grateful for the performance. The gag can be a joke to one person and a ritual to another. Mo's history, when the show visits it, is full of the kind of details that explain the present without excusing it. He was a child actor. He was, at some point in his childhood, a recognizable face, someone seen and known and responded to by a world that was briefly interested in him. And then the interest ended, as it does for child actors, and Mo grew up into an adult who had experienced attention and love at a formative age and then had those things taken away. Who had learned early that the world's interest in you is conditional and temporary and connected to something you will eventually lose. Who built a bar as the place where at least a few people would reliably show up, because reliable showing up is the closest approximation to what was taken away. Mo used to box. He was a professional fighter at some level, in some capacity. He has physical courage, the specific kind that comes from having learned what it means to stand in front of someone who wants to hurt you and deciding anyway to stay upright. This background is mostly used for jokes. His fighting career was not distinguished. His technique is described in various episodes as something between aggressive and chaotic. But he did it. He stood in the ring. He took the hits and he came back and he stood there again. This is, in its small way, a portrait of persistence. Mo's persistence is not the romantic kind. It is not the kind that gets memorialized or celebrated. It is the everyday persistence of someone who has not quit, despite fairly significant reasons to consider it. Who keeps opening the bar and picking up the phone and cleaning the rag and mixing the drinks because this is what he has and this is what he does, and stopping would require a decision he has not made. There is a version of Mo's story that is its own kind of love letter to the people the world overlooks. Not the lovable failures. Not the tragic heroes. Just the ordinary lonely ones. The people who are behind the counter when you need them, and invisible when you don't. Who hold the space that other people's real lives move through. Who listen to everything and are heard by almost no one. Who would be, in any honest accounting of Springfield's emotional ecosystem, the people who do the most unrecognized labor of keeping the community held together. Mo keeps the bar open. In a town that is contaminated and dreaming and collectively in denial about its own condition, someone has to keep the lights on in the place where people go to feel less alone. Mo does that. He does it without being thanked for it. He does it without particularly expecting to be thanked for it. He does it because the bar is there and he is there and they have been together long enough that neither of them knows how to be anything else. That is Mo. That is what the show has built behind the cynicism and the threats and the dirty rag and the face that accumulates sadness the way other faces accumulate years. A man behind a bar. Listening. Waiting for someone to look back. Section 9. Sideshow Bob. The villain who deserved better. We need to talk about Bob. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., Sideshow Bob. The most comprehensively defeated villain in the history of American animation, and simultaneously the character whose defeat is most consistently his own fault, which is what makes him interesting rather than simply tragic. Because here's the thing about Sideshow Bob that the show has been careful to maintain across 30 years of him being thwarted by a 10-year-old boy. He is actually quite good at most things. He is extraordinarily intelligent. He is cultured, educated, capable of sophisticated strategy, articulate to the point of eloquence. He has a genuine and deep aesthetic sensibility. He loves opera. He loves great literature. He has, in other contexts, in moments when Bart and Springfield are not the issue, the bearing and the grace of someone who built himself into something far beyond his origins. His origins are interesting. The Terwilliger family, as the show has explored across several episodes, is a family of accomplished people. His father is accomplished. His brother Cecil is accomplished. In the particular way of people who are accomplished and bitter about what they perceive as the inadequacy of their recognition. The Terwilliger family is a family of people who believe, with some justification, that they deserve more than they have received from the world. Bob's original position on the Krusty the Clown show is the one that set everything in motion. He was Sideshow Bob, Krusty's sidekick. The second banana, the clown who existed to be humiliated, to be the butt of the physical comedy, to absorb the pie and the electric shock and the bucket of paint while Krusty got the laugh. It was not the role he wanted. It was not the role his intelligence suited him for. It was, by any honest assessment, a waste. He framed Krusty for armed robbery. He was caught. He went to prison. He came out. He tried to kill Bart. He was caught. He went back to prison. He came out. He tried to kill Bart again. The cycle has repeated with the reliable rhythm of a tide going in and out, and each repetition has elaborated on the cycle with new settings, new plans, new operatic overtures, delivered in that voice that the show rightly decided was its own kind of music, and each repetition has ended the same way, with Bob defeated, usually through some combination of Bart's resilience and his own tendency to monologue at precisely the moment when silence would serve him better. Why does Bob keep going back to Bart? This is the real question, not the mechanical one which the show answers every time with a new plot, but the psychological one. Why is Bart, specifically, the thing that Bob cannot let go of? The easy answer is that Bart is the one who caught him originally. Bart was the child who noticed something wrong in the Krusty Show fingerprint evidence that Bob assumed would be overlooked, because who assumes a child is going to conduct a forensic analysis of a clown's crime? Bart caught him, and Bob went to prison, and that is the origin of the grievance. But this does not fully explain the obsession, the returning to it, the way every subsequent season finds Bob back in Bart's orbit with a new plan and a new operatic justification. Prison sentences pass. People move on. Grudges of this intensity, this return to across decades, are about more than the original offense. There is a reading of the Bob-Bart dynamic that suggests something more uncomfortable than simple antagonism. Bob is, in some ways, the most interested adult in Bart's intellectual life that Springfield has produced. He takes Bart seriously. He attributes to Bart a genuine intelligence and cunning that most of the adults in the show either don't notice or don't know what to do with. He treats Bart as a worthy opponent, which is its own form of respect, even if the respect is wrapped in murderous intent. And Bart, for his part, has a particular animation when dealing with Bob that he does not quite produce in any other context. He is alert. He is engaged. He rises to the challenge. The Bob episodes are the episodes where Bart is most fully himself, most completely using the intelligence and adaptability that the academic environment of Springfield. Elementary cannot reach. They need each other. In a strange, television-specific, completely dysfunctional way. Bart needs Bob to be the opponent who takes him seriously. Bob needs Bart to be the purpose around which his considerable abilities organize. Remove Bob from the show and Bart loses his sharpest adversary. Remove Bart from Bob's life and Bob loses the thing that gives his genius a direction. The show acknowledges this, eventually. There is an episode where Bob actually succeeds in killing Bart. In a Treehouse of Horror context, so it is non-canonical by the show's own standards, but still. He does it. He achieves the stated goal of his adult life. And then he is devastated. Because without Bart to kill, Bob has nothing. The goal was the point. The pursuit was the meaning. The actual achievement of the goal is the end of the thing that has been giving his life its structure for decades. He brings Bart back to life. Because without Bart, Bob is just a very intelligent and very educated and very operatically inclined man with no particular purpose. This is the show's sharpest observation about a certain kind of obsession. The obsession is not really about the stated object. The obsession is about the meaning the object provides. Bob is not really obsessed with killing Bart. He is obsessed with having Bart as his opponent. The goal is the justification for the obsession, not the reason for it. Now let us talk about Bob's actual life in the moments when Bart is not in it. Because the show has given us glimpses of this, and what they show is unexpectedly somewhat touching. Bob got married. He fell in love with a woman named Francesca, had a son named Gino, and for a period of time had the domestic life that his intelligence and his aesthetic sensibility would seem to call for: a family, a home, people who belonged to him and to whom he belonged. Gino is notable because the son inherited both the father's intelligence and the father's specific grudge against Bart, apparently through some combination of nature and nurture, that the show plays for horror comedy, but that also, underneath the joke, says something about how grievances transmit across generations. Gino is frightening precisely because he is new and pure and has not yet accumulated the self-defeating qualities that have limited his father. He is Bob without the track record of failure, without the decades of being caught, without the accumulated humiliations that have, over time, introduced a certain fatalistic quality into Bob's villainy. Bob is a tragic figure because the gap between who he is and what he does is so visible. He is better than his choices. He is more than his obsession. He is capable of love and culture and genuine beauty, and he has organized all of that capacity around something that will never pay off in any meaningful way, around being defeated by a 10-year-old in ways that, cumulatively, have become the defining fact of his adult life. There is a line of thinking about Bob that the show has never quite made explicit, but that the evidence supports. Bob's tragedy is not that he is evil. Bob's tragedy is that he is bored. That Springfield, which is the wrong environment for almost everyone the show depicts, is especially wrong for someone with Bob's combination of intelligence and aesthetic need. That the gap between what Bob requires from the world and what Springfield can provide has become so large and so permanent that violence started to feel like the appropriate response to it. Because at least violence is interesting, at least it provides a challenge worth rising to, at least it gives the intelligence something to do. He is brilliant. He is genuinely, remarkably brilliant. And he has spent his adult life in a town that cannot use what he has, pursuing a vendetta against a 10-year-old who is the only person in Springfield who can keep up with him. Springfield did this to Bob the way it does things to everyone. Not through active malice, through the slow accumulation of misalignment. A brilliant man in a mediocre world, looking around at the options available to him and finding none of them adequate, and concluding, incorrectly but understandably, that the problem is a specific 10-year-old rather than the fundamental structure of the environment. He is defeated every time. He will probably be defeated again. The next plan will fail in the way the last plan failed, and the plan before that. And Bob will go back to prison, or go back to whatever domestic situation the latest episode has constructed for him. And he will wait, and he will plan, and he will listen to opera, and somewhere in the cells of his extraordinary mind, the next scheme will begin to assemble itself. Because the alternative is admitting that the problem is not Bart, and that is the one thing Sideshow Bob, for all his formidable intelligence, is not yet ready to do. Section 10. The Springfield Ensemble. Minor characters with major secrets. We are near the end now. Let yourself be comfortable. Let the voice carry you. Because this final section is the one that moves through Springfield the way a very late night moves through a town. Slowly, noticing everything, finding the stories that exist. In the spaces between the bigger stories. Springfield is full of people. More full than any other fictional town in American animation. The roster of named, recurring characters in The Simpsons is so large that the show has, at various points in its run, simply lost track of some of them and quietly discontinued. Their appearances without comment. New characters appear and integrate seamlessly and then fade. The town breathes. It contracts and expands. It has a population that feels, at any given moment, like a real town's population, which is to say large enough to contain multitudes, varied enough to resist reduction to a single story. We are going to spend some time now with the Springfield Ensemble. Not Homer, not Marge, not any of the family, the people who fill the background of the show, who make Springfield feel like a place rather than a stage, who carry their own stories in the margins of the episodes, stories the show rarely has time to tell but that are visible in the details if you are paying the right kind of attention. Let us begin with Patty and Selma Bouvier. Marge's sisters, the chain-smoking, soap opera watching, Homer despising, perpetually single, perpetually aggrieved twin pillars of the Bouvier family's alternative version of what Marge's life could have been. We have touched on them briefly in Marge's section. But they deserve their own consideration because they are, across the series, more complicated than their function as Marge's contrast would suggest. Patty and Selma work at the DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles. They have worked there for the entire run of the show, and the show, with its characteristic accuracy about the emotional texture of certain kinds of work, has captured something real about what it means to work in a job where you're Relationship with the public is inherently adversarial, where the people who come to you need something from you and resent needing it, and take the resentment out on you because you are the available target, where the small bureaucratic power you have becomes, over years of handling that resentment, the most reliable pleasure available in the workday. Patty and Selma have become, through decades of DMV service, the specific kind of bureaucrat that everyone complains about and no one examines. The ones who seem to enjoy the obstruction. The ones who apply rules with a precision that feels vindictive. The ones who are slow when speed would be easy and unavailable when help would cost them nothing. But spend a moment thinking about how someone becomes that. You do not start that way. You start the way everyone starts, with some orientation toward the job that is at least neutral, maybe even slightly positive. And then the years happen. And the public happens. And the resentment that you absorb daily without adequate protection or compensation or recognition slowly becomes the resentment that you emit. You become what was done to you because the alternative requires a kind of continuous resistance that the job and the institution and the culture of the institution have never made available to you. Patty and Selma are two women who made choices, or had choices made for them, that led to a specific kind of life. They did not get what Marge got. They would argue they did not want it, but the argument is complicated by the evidence of their entertainment choices, the soap operas they watch with such investment, the romantic storylines they follow with such hope, the intensity with which they respond to fictional love stories, which suggests that the capacity for that kind of life is there, was always there, and has not been. Fulfilled for reasons that are both their own and not entirely their own. They are also, underneath the acidity and the hostility toward Homer, genuinely devoted to Marge and to each other. The sisterhood between the three Bouvier women is, in the show's best moments, depicted with real warmth. They have a shared language, a shared history, a shared understanding of where they came from and what they were given and what they made of it. And despite everything, despite Selma's parade of failed relationships and Patty's complicated relationship with her own identity and Marge's complete immersion in a life neither of them would have chosen, the bond holds. They are also funnier than the show sometimes gives them credit for. Not the kind of funny that requires liking them, the kind of funny that requires understanding them, which is a harder kind of funny and a more rewarding one. Now let us move to Principal Seymour Skinner. Or Armin Tamzarian, or whoever he actually is, and we are back to the thing the show did in Season 9 that the fans have never forgiven it for. We have discussed the principal and the pauper in earlier sections, but Skinner as a character deserves attention beyond that single episode's revelations. Because whatever his real name is, whatever the truth of his identity, the person who has been running Springfield Elementary for the entirety of the show's run is one of its most genuinely interesting supporting characters, and the show has treated him, over time, with considerably more complexity than his function as Bart's authoritative nemesis would seem to require. Skinner is trapped. This is the defining quality of his character. More than his officiousness or his relationship with his mother or his various failed romantic entanglements. He is a person with ambitions that Springfield cannot accommodate, living a life that was designed for someone else, managing an institution that has more than its share of challenges, under the thumb of a superintendent whose professional relationship with him is one of the show's most reliable sources of comic indignity. He wanted more. This is clear in the occasional glimpses the show allows of Skinner's interiority. He wanted a different life, a bigger life, A life that matched whatever the young Seymour Skinner or Armand Tamzarian or both of them imagined, and what he got was Springfield Elementary. He got Agnes. He got Bart Simpson in perpetual residence in the 4th grade. He got Superintendent Chalmers's surprise visits. He got a school with no budget and a community that does not particularly respect education. He makes it work. That is the thing about Skinner that gets overlooked in the running gag of his authority and Bart's resistance to it. He keeps the school running under conditions that would defeat lesser administrators, with resources that are chronically inadequate, and staff that ranges from dedicated to spectacularly inappropriate. Skinner keeps Springfield Elementary open. Children learn there, not as much as they should, not with the support they deserve, but they learn. This is not glamorous. It is not celebrated. It is the quiet competence of someone who found a way to be useful in a place that needed usefulness, and who committed to it even after the identity question and the revelation, and the community's unanimous decision to keep the lie, even after all of that had made clear that the position and the name he held were constructed rather than earned. He is still there. Every morning. In the office. Watching the bus come in, dreading whatever today's version of Bart Simpson's disruption will look like. There is something to be said for that. Now groundskeeper Willie. Because Willie is, in certain lights, the most purely tragic figure in Springfield, and he achieves this in small, scattered moments across hundreds of episodes that never add up to a single sustained storyline, but that accumulate, quietly, into something genuinely sad. Willie is Scottish. He works at Springfield Elementary. He maintains the grounds in the boiler room and essentially any physical task the school requires. He does this with a combination of physical intensity and emotional rawness that the show plays primarily for comedy. The accent and the musculature and the tendency to tear off his shirt and the running gag of him being called a degenerate and a groundskeeper in the same breath. But Willie has a history. The show has visited it. He had a life in Scotland that ended, or rather was interrupted, by whatever brought him to Springfield. He had relationships. He has expressed in unguarded moments a longing for the place he came from and the people he left behind that sits underneath the comedy like a foundation under a stage. He lives in a shack on school grounds. He has lived there for what appears to be decades. The shack is small and cold and barely habitable, and it is entirely possible that Willie has nowhere else to go, that the school grounds shack is the extent of his material. Security. That the job that requires him to be present at all times is the only thing standing between him and something worse. The show does not dwell on this. It uses it as a setup for jokes. Willie's poverty is funny because the show's visual language makes it legible as a gag rather than as a condition. But if you look at it straight, if you take Willie out of the joke context for a moment, you see a man who is physically powerful and emotionally raw and living in a shack on A. School's property because he has no better option, who has been in Springfield long enough to have his own relationships and his own history there, who is called a degenerate by the children and occasionally the adults of the community he serves. He is not a degenerate. He is a person far from home, doing the work no one else will do, living in the space he was given, holding together with the specific tough resilience of someone who has decided. Without quite deciding that this is what he has and this is where he is and the shack is fine and the work is fine and everything is fine and he will not look too hard at the gaps in the fineness because looking too hard costs things he cannot afford to spend. Let us talk for a moment about Krusty the Clown, because Krusty is one of the show's most deliberately melancholy characters, a man whose sadness is structural to his existence, and who has built a career on the specific performance of joy he does not personally feel. Krusty Herschel Krustovsky is a professional entertainer, a children's television clown, the face of a media empire built on merchandise and nostalgia and the reliable appeal of physical comedy to children who do not yet have the context to be sad about how funny it is. He is also the son of a rabbi who is ashamed of him. The show visits this relationship in an episode that is, in its best moments, genuinely moving: the estrangement between Krusty and his father, the rabbi's disapproval of the clown career, the specific generational and cultural weight of a Jewish son who chose entertainment over scholarship is handled with more sensitivity than you would expect from a show that is primarily a comedy about a nuclear family in a yellow town. And Krusty's specific sadness is the sadness of someone who has achieved the thing that was supposed to make the disapproval irrelevant, who has the career and the fame and the merchandise empire, and found that the achievement did not actually address the underlying thing. That his father's opinion still matters, that the approval he has been performing for decades is, in some fundamental way, a performance for an audience of one who has not been watching. He smokes. He gambles. He has financial problems that are out of scale with his income. He is, by the evidence of his behavior, a man who has been performing happiness so long and so consistently that he has forgotten whether he ever actually felt it. The clown is not a role he puts on. The clown is the disguise. The man underneath the grease paint is someone who has never quite figured out how to be where he is without the grease paint. There is a long tradition of sad clowns in art and culture, a tradition that is so thoroughly established it has become its own cliché. The show knows this. The show is using the cliché and using it intentionally. Because Krusty is not meant to be surprising. He is meant to be familiar. He is the recognizable shape of a specific kind of public sadness, the sadness of someone whose performance has succeeded in every external measure, and who is, in the private territory behind the measure, still searching. Let us move to Superintendent Chalmers. Because Chalmers is one of the most underappreciated characters in the ensemble, and his relationship with Skinner is one of the show's most consistent sources of a very specific kind of comedy that is also, when you examine it, a portrait of institutional failure. Chalmers supervises Springfield schools. He appears primarily for the purpose of being outraged by Skinner, by the state of Springfield Elementary, by the particular disasters that the show constructs for his surprise. Inspection visits. The running gag is that Skinner is always caught in some absurdity, always has some inadequate explanation, always manages through the combination of his own resourcefulness and Chalmers' willingness to accept implausible explanations to avoid the full consequences that should logically follow. But here is the thing about Chalmers that the show occasionally lets slip through the comedy. He actually cares. Not in every episode, not consistently. But there are moments where the show shows Chalmers not as a bureaucratic antagonist, but as someone who came to education because he believed in it, who has spent a career watching schools fail for reasons that have nothing to do with the educators and everything to do with the systems those educators work within, and who has developed a kind of tired, sardonic persistence about it. He cannot fix Springfield Elementary. His oversight cannot fix it. The problem is not in the inspections. The problem is in the water and the radiation and the economics and the cracked cooling towers and the complete absence of adequate public investment. The problem is Burns. The problem is Springfield. Chalmers can show up and be outraged, and Skinner can cook up implausible explanations, and neither of them can do the thing that would actually help. They are both trapped by the same system, from different positions, with different performances of the trappedness, but the system holds them both. There is also the matter of Hans Moleman, who deserves a final consideration on his own terms. Hans Moleman is, by the evidence of his stated age, a 31-year-old man who appears to be in his 80s. He is nearly blind. He speaks in a voice that sounds like something at the bottom of a well. He dies regularly in Springfield's canonical episodes and returns without explanation in subsequent ones. He exists at the very bottom of Springfield's social ecosystem. Not as a villain, not as someone who made choices that led here. Just at the bottom, with the specific quality of someone who has always been at the bottom and who has, at some point long ago, stopped trying to understand why. He was hit by a car in the episode where he was introduced. He has been hit by many more things since. The universe that contains Springfield does not seem to have a particular grudge against Moleman. It just does not seem to be watching out for him. He moves through Springfield unprotected by any of the usual defenses, without the social connections that might reduce the frequency of bad things happening, without the resources that might soften the impact, without even the visibility that might cause someone to step in. He is the most invisible person in a town of people who are regularly overlooked. He is the person the show uses to demonstrate the outermost edge of what Springfield can do to an individual. And he keeps coming back. Not triumphantly, not with any narrative of resilience or recovery. Just back, present in the next scene, the next episode, diminished and undeterred, making his slow way through a Springfield that will, in all probability, require him to die again before. The end of the act. There is something in Moleman that is at once the darkest and the most quietly hopeful thing in Springfield. The most beaten-down character in the ensemble, the one who should logically have given up long ago, persists without any apparent philosophical framework for persisting. He is not there because he believes things will improve. He is not there because he has a plan. He is there because he is there. Because showing up is what he does. Because the morning comes and he opens his near-blind eyes and gets up and goes into Springfield, and whatever Springfield does to him today, he will be back tomorrow. This is not heroism. Let us not call it heroism. But it is something. Something small and stubborn and entirely undramatic and somehow more affecting in the accumulated observation of it across 36 years than most of the shows. Deliberately emotional moments. He just keeps going. In his specific diminished way, in his town that cannot remember him from episode to episode, in his life that the universe treats with a combination of indifference and mild hostility. He keeps going. So does Springfield. That is the thing that ties the ensemble together, the thing that ties every character we have visited in these 4 hours, from Homer and his fog to Marge in her kitchen to Bart, in his perpetual 4th grade to Lisa at her saxophone to Maggie, behind her pacifier to Burns in his mansion to Ned, at his prayers to Moe behind his bar to Bob in his operatic. Grievance. They all keep going. The town resets. The loop continues. The couch receives them. Every episode, every Sunday night, and they settle into it. This impossible yellow family in this impossible yellow town, and the credits roll, and Springfield is still there. Not because it is fixed. Not because the radiation has been cleaned up, or the coma has ended, or the truth has been told, or the billionaire has been held accountable, or the fish have grown their third eye. Back or the geography has been resolved. None of those things have happened. All of those things are still unresolved, suspended in the amber of a floating timeline, waiting for a conclusion that the show will never quite deliver. Springfield keeps going because we keep watching, because we pressed play in 1989 and we have not quite been ready to press stop, because the family on the couch is our family, in the specific way that the best fictions become real things, and we are not done with them. We never quite are. And so we come to the end of our 4 hours in Springfield. The plant is still running, the water is still whatever it is. The timeline is still floating. Homer is still on the couch, and Marge is still in the kitchen, and Bart is still 10, and Lisa is still 8, and Maggie is still watching with those enormous eyes that have seen everything and said nothing. Burns is still in his mansion, kept alive by treatments and wealth and the incompetent safety inspector whose incompetence was engineered before he was old enough to choose anything else. Ned is still praying. Moe is still behind the bar. Bob is still planning. And somewhere in the background of all of it, Hans Moleman is still getting back up. Springfield is still there, and so are you. Wherever you are, whatever time it is, whatever version of a quiet night this is for you, you made it through 4 hours of Springfield. Through Homer's grief and Marge's patience and Bart's noise and Lisa's loneliness and Maggie's watching and Burns's permanence and Ned's suffering and Moe's empty bar and Bob's defeated genius and the whole vast, strange, troubled, beautiful ensemble of a town that has been running since before some of its viewers were born. If you made it this far, drop your time and location in the comments. Somewhere out there, someone is watching this at the same improbable hour you are, in a place you have never heard of, finding the same kind of rest in the same quiet voice, talking about the same impossible town. That is its own kind of connection. In Springfield, where connection is hard to come by, it is worth noting. Subscribe if this is the kind of thing you want more of. There are more stories in Springfield than 4 hours can contain. There are more characters to sit with, more theories to unfold, more threads to pull until the whole complicated fabric reveals what it has been all along. Which is a story about people. Flawed, frozen, yellow, four-fingered, radiation-soaked, dream-wrapped, collectively denying people. In a town that cannot be found on any map, in a show that has been running since 1989 and will, by some estimates, outlive us all. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. That is the whole point. End of script. Total approximate word count, 42,000 plus words. Homer Simpson, extended. The physics of a man who cannot break. There is something that needs to be said about Homer Simpson's body before we say anything else about Homer Simpson's mind. Because the body comes first. The body is the evidence. And the evidence, assembled carefully and patiently from 36 years of episodes, tells a story that the show has never quite told directly, but that is present in every single season. Every single storyline. Every moment where Homer absorbs something that should have ended him and stands back up. Homer Simpson is nearly indestructible. This is not a cartoon convention, or not only a cartoon convention. Within the internal logic of the show's universe, Homer's physical resilience is notable even by Springfield standards. Other characters get hurt and stay hurt, at least within the episode. Homer's healing is of a different category. Falls that would shatter bones in any other context leave Homer momentarily dazed and then functional. Blunt force trauma that would kill a normal adult leaves Homer unconscious briefly and then hungry. He has survived falls from cliffs, explosions, electrocutions, encounters with bears, encounters with cars, encounters with the kind of industrial equipment that makes insurance. Company's very nervous. He has, in various episodes, been legally declared dead and recovered. There are a few ways to read this. The cartoon logic reading is the most available and the least satisfying. Yes, this is a cartoon, and cartoons have different physics than reality, and Homer's resilience is a function of the animation format rather than a piece of narrative information. Fine. Accepted. But the show itself, in its best moments, asks you to read within the logic it has established, and the logic it has established says that Springfield is a contaminated environment, that the radiation from the plant has had biological effects on the population, that Homer, who has spent his entire adult working life in direct proximity to an active nuclear reactor, is probably the most radiation-exposed adult in Springfield. And the biological effects of that exposure, in Homer's specific case, appear to include a cellular resilience that makes conventional physical damage not stick the way it would in an uncontaminated body. This reading, under the radiation theory, explains Homer's indestructibility not as a cartoon convenience, but as a symptom. The same radiation that suppressed his cognitive function may have altered his physical biology in ways that make him harder to damage. The same exposure that gave him yellowed skin and bulging eyes and 4 fingers and an IQ that qualifies as a clinical disability may have inadvertently created a body that heals at an accelerated rate that absorbs impact without the structural damage that impact normally causes. Homer is indestructible because the power plant made him that way. Burns's negligence, the same negligence that damaged Homer's mind and the minds of his children and the minds of everyone in Springfield, may have inadvertently made Homer's body into something that cannot be conventionally killed. There is a bitter irony in this that the show does not articulate, but that is implicit in the accumulation of evidence. Burns's plant took Homer's intelligence. It took his mother. Indirectly, it took his potential, and in exchange, it gave him a body that cannot be destroyed by anything Springfield throws at it. The man who cannot think his way out of any situation can survive any physical situation. The tool that made him a useful tool for Burns also made him genuinely indestructible in the way that tools need to be. Homer's body is Springfield's most durable object, and Homer has no idea why. Let us also spend some time on Homer's relationship with food. Because the eating is not just a running gag. It is a character detail with real psychological content, and the show, in its more thoughtful episodes, treats it as such. Homer eats compulsively. He eats when he is happy, and when he is sad, and when he is bored, and when he is anxious, and when there is nothing else to do, and when there are things to do that he does not want to do. He eats with an enthusiasm that borders on desperate, as if the food might run out, as if this specific donut is the last donut, as if the act of eating must be completed with total commitment before the opportunity disappears. Food for Homer is reliable in ways that much of his life is not. The donut does not have opinions about Homer's intelligence. The pork chop does not compare Homer unfavorably to the person he could have been. The beer does not remember Mona Simpson or the crayon or the deal between Abe and Burns. Food is exactly what it presents itself as. It delivers what it promises and asks nothing in return, which is not something Homer can say about many of the other sources of comfort in his life. This is, clinically, a recognizable pattern: the use of food as emotional regulation. The relationship between early emotional deprivation and later compensatory behaviors around consumption. The way a child who lost his primary attachment figure at age 6 might grow into an adult who seeks comfort in the most immediately available physical sources because the emotional ones were demonstrated early and thoroughly to be unreliable. Homer eats because something was taken from him, and eating is the fastest way to fill temporarily the space where the taken thing used to be. The show knows this. The show has never stated it this baldly. But the pattern is there in episode after episode, visible if you were watching for it. And then the donuts themselves. Pink frosting. The specific Springfield nuclear power plant break room donuts. Homer's relationship with these donuts is the show's most sustained piece of food symbolism, and the symbolism operates on multiple levels simultaneously. The donuts are literally produced in proximity to the nuclear plant. Homer eats them at work, at the site of his greatest failure, in the place where his incompetence is most consequential. The thing that gives him the most immediate comfort is the thing that is most thoroughly enmeshed with the thing that is most thoroughly destroying him. He cannot separate the pleasure from the poison, because the pleasure is produced at the site of the poison. This is the kind of observation that the show deposits quietly and then moves on from, leaving it available for whoever is paying close enough attention. Homer's love for Marge, on further consideration, deserves more than what we have already said. Because that love, in its specific character, reveals something about Homer that the rest of his behavior obscures. Homer's love for Marge is articulate. This is the surprising thing about it. Homer, who struggles with most forms of expression, who finds words difficult and feelings harder, who communicates primarily through action and appetite and the occasional. Strangling of his son is almost never at a loss when it comes to Marge. He knows what she means to him. He can say it, not always in the right words, not always at the right moment, not always without some catastrophic detour through the wrong thing entirely, but the thing itself, the knowledge of what Marge is to him, sits at a level of Homer's awareness that the radiation and the crayon and the decades of cognitive damage cannot reach. There is an episode called Secrets of a Successful Marriage, in which Homer teaches an adult education class about marriage, because Homer has somehow been persuaded that his marriage is a successful one that others could learn from. The episode is funny because the premise is absurd. Homer, as a marriage expert, is a joke the show runs for most of the runtime. But at the end of the episode, when everything has gone wrong in the particular way that Homer tries to do something episodes go wrong, there is a moment of genuine articulation. Homer explains, in his stumbling way, what his marriage actually is, what Marge means to him, why he knows that she will forgive him even now, even after whatever the episode's catastrophe was. And the articulation is, despite everything, right. Not because Homer is wise, because Homer, despite the fog and the damage and the limitations, loves Marge with a clarity that his brain can reach even when it cannot reach most other things. Love is the one cognitive function that has not been suppressed, the one thing in Homer's battered inner life that still works at full power. He is not a good husband by any formal accounting, but he loves Marge with everything he has, which is the one thing he has that is not diminished, and that is the thing Marge has always known and has always chosen to bet her. Life on. She is right, by the way. Not in the sense that the bet is safe. The bet was never safe. But in the sense that the thing she bet on is real. Let us also talk about Homer's relationship with religion and death and the larger questions, because this is a dimension of his character that the show visits more often than it. Is usually given credit for. Homer goes to church. Not enthusiastically, not with any particular reverence. He sleeps through the services. He eats snacks. He is, as a religious devotee, something that Ned Flanders finds impossible to look at without pain. And yet Homer keeps going. He keeps showing up at the church with the family on Sundays, which is a form of showing up that the show allows to be significant even when Homer's presence there is primarily comic. And Homer has met God. This is established canon. God has spoken to Homer, not in a vision, not in a dream, but in the direct face-to-face way that God apparently reserves for Homer Simpson specifically, because Homer is. Perhaps the person God finds most interesting in Springfield, the drunk in the front pew who falls asleep and eats donuts and stumbles through faith and life with the specific unself-conscious religiosity of someone who has never thought hard about what he believes because he has never had to. Homer believes. Not in the systematic studied Ned Flanders way, but in the basic, foundational way of someone who has not seriously questioned whether the universe is organized by something with intention and care. Homer has no reason to believe this, and every reason not to. His life is a series of disasters separated by brief recoveries. His intelligence is limited. His mother was taken from him. His potential was suppressed. He works for the man who arranged his limitation. By any rational accounting, a universe that has done these things to Homer is not a universe organized by benevolent intention. And yet Homer does not seem to hold this against the universe in any sustained way. He is not a bitter man. He is occasionally a sad man. But the sadness is episodic rather than chronic. He gets back up. He goes to work. He goes home. He sits on the couch. He reaches for the beer. He is, in his own completely unphilosophical way, at peace with a universe that has not treated him particularly well. This is either profound stupidity or profound grace. The show has never decided which, or rather the show has decided that it is both simultaneously, because Homer is the kind of person who can contain both of those things without experiencing the contradiction as a problem. He is not wise. He has never been wise. But he is at peace, and peace is rarer and harder than wisdom, and Homer has it without having done anything to earn it, and without knowing that he has it, and without being diminished in any way by not knowing. That might be the most remarkable thing about Homer Simpson. Not the survival instinct. Not the love for Marge. Not the intermittent good fathering. The peace. The improbable, unearned, completely unconscious peace of a man who lives in a contaminated town in a floating timeline in a dream or possibly a nightmare and manages, every episode, to find his way back to the couch where the family is. And the beer is cold. And everything is fine. Marge Simpson, extended. What patience costs. When we talk about Marge Simpson's patience, we need to be precise about what patience actually is, because the word gets used as a complement in ways that obscure the thing itself. Patience is not the absence of feeling. It is not equanimity. It is not a natural, effortless state of grace that some people have and others do not. Patience is work. It is the sustained decision to not act on the impulse that is present, to hold the reaction that is forming, to wait rather than explode, to absorb rather than deflect. It requires energy. It depletes. It has a cost that accumulates invisibly over time, and that the people around the patient person generally do not see, because the visible thing is the patience, not the cost. Marge has been patient for 36 years. On television. And the cost of that patience is something the show visits in flashes, in brief moments where the structure slips and something underneath it is briefly visible, and then it moves on. The humming sound is the most direct expression of the cost. We have established that the hum is a nervous habit, a pressure release mechanism. The sound of Marge managing something she has decided not to say. And if you listen to the hum carefully across the run of the show, you can hear it getting lower, getting more frequent, getting more complex in the seasons where Marge is. Situation has become more demanding. It is a biofeedback indicator of stress level, and the stress level has rarely been low. Marge grew up in the Bouvier household, which means Marge grew up learning from her mother Jacqueline and from her sisters a particular set of lessons about what women do with the things they feel. The Bouvier women are not expressive in the conventional sense. They contain. They manage. They present a composed external surface while whatever is happening internally happens internally, with minimal external disturbance. This is a learned behavior. It is not, in any of them, a natural state. It is the result of growing up in an environment where emotional expression was either not modeled or not rewarded, and where the management of one's interior life was understood as the primary marker of adult competence. Marge internalized this. She became very good at it, and she married a man who is essentially its opposite. A man who expresses everything he feels immediately and without filter. A man whose interior life is immediately and completely legible in his behavior. A man who has never learned the containing skill because the containing skill was never required in his household and was never something he was taught. The complementarity of this has been explored in the show in various ways, and the show is usually honest enough to acknowledge that it is not simple complementarity. That it is not just Homer's expressiveness balancing Marge's containment in a neat reciprocal arrangement. The truth is more uncomfortable than that. The truth is that Marge's containment does not just balance Homer's expressiveness. It enables it. It provides the structural stability that makes Homer's chaos survivable. It is the walls around the room where Homer does whatever Homer does, and without those walls, the room does not exist. This means that Homer's freedom, his capacity to be exactly who he is without devastating consequence, is funded by Marge's labor. The cost of Homer's peace is Marge's work. And the show knows this. It does not resolve it. It just keeps depicting it, episode after episode, with the specific honesty of a show that has been running long enough to stop pretending that domestic arrangements are fair. Marge has tried, repeatedly and with genuine effort, to find space for her own wants alongside the management of everyone else's. The painting. The bowling. The brief foray into police work. The even briefer foray into various other careers and interests that the show uses to temporarily expand Marge beyond her domestic role before the episode's end requires her to return to it. Each of these attempts is treated with varying degrees of seriousness by the show itself. Some are played primarily for comedy. Some are played with more genuine investment. But they share a structure. Marge discovers something she is good at and that she wants. The thing conflicts with something the household or Homer needs. The conflict resolves in favor of the household and Homer, usually because Marge makes a choice to prioritize the household and Homer, a choice she makes freely and with full awareness, which means the tragedy is not that the choice is imposed on her from outside, but that the choice is genuinely hers. This is the most sophisticated thing the show does with Marge. It does not make her a victim of Homer's obliviousness, although that is part of the story. It makes her an agent, a person who is choosing, repeatedly and consciously, the life she is in over the alternatives the universe occasionally offers. The tragedy and the beauty of this choice are not separate. They are the same. Marge knows what she gave up. The show never lets her forget what she gave up, because it never lets her stop being reminded of what she could have been. The painting gets good reviews before it gets complicated. The bowling coach sees real potential. The show is careful to establish that when Marge tries something, she is not trying and failing. She is trying and succeeding, and then withdrawing from the success, because the success conflicts with something she has already decided matters more. Whether this is the right decision is not a question the show answers. The show is smart enough to know that this is not a question with an answer. It is a question with a condition. And the condition is that Marge has to live inside whatever answer she gives it, and she is the only one who can evaluate whether the terms of that living are acceptable. Let us talk about Marge and the truth. Because Marge, in her own way, is one of the most honest people in Springfield, and this honesty is not separate from her patience. They come from the same place. Marge does not lie well. Not because she lacks the cognitive capacity for it, but because lying requires a willingness to sustain a fiction that conflicts with what you know to be true, and Marge's fundamental orientation is toward what is true. She is the person in the household most likely to say the thing that needs to be said, most likely to name the problem that everyone else is managing around, most likely to hold the family to an accounting that it would prefer to avoid. This is exhausting. Being the honest one in a household where honesty is not always the path of least resistance is exhausting. Marge carries the household's truth the way she carries everything else about the household, which is with careful attention and without complaint, and with the periodic recognition that the things she carries are heavier than anyone around her seems to realize. There is also the matter of Marge's ambition, not the career ambitions, which are the surface layer of this. The deeper ambition, the Marge who wanted, at some level, a life that was more than what Springfield offered, who was smart enough and capable enough and interested enough in the world to have built something larger if the circumstances had been different. Who was the kind of person that, in a different context, in a different town, married to a different person, or married to the same person in a different version of the same story, would have been something the world took note of. Springfield did not make space for that version of Marge, and Marge did not fight for that space with the sustained ferocity that the fight would have required, because fighting with that ferocity for herself would have meant fighting against the people she loved, and Marge does not have that fight in her. This is not weakness. It is a choice. It is the choice that the Bouvier training and the specific texture of her love for her family and the specific demands of the life she built with Homer have produced. It is the choice of a person who looked at what they wanted and what they had and decided that what they had was enough, or that what they had was worth more than the alternative, or both. And sometimes, in the show's best Marge moments, it clearly is. There are episodes where Marge's contentment is visible as a real thing, not a performance of contentment or a resignation dressed as contentment, but the actual emotion. The settled satisfaction of someone who has chosen her life and finds it, on balance, good. Homer is there. The kids are there. The house is standing. The blue hair is exactly as it was. And Marge is exactly where she is. And where she is home. And home is what she made, and what she made is real. That is Marge. The whole of Marge, not the long-suffering wife or the abandoned artist or the foundation that holds the house up. All of those things, simultaneously, every episode, balanced against each other the way Marge balances everything, which is carefully and continuously and with the sound in her throat that is the sound of a person who is managing more than anyone else knows. She manages. The hum continues. And Springfield stays standing. Bart Simpson, extended. The education of a difficult boy. Here is something the show has been demonstrating about Bart since the beginning that the cultural conversation about him has never quite absorbed. Bart Simpson is not anti-education. He is anti-institution. These are not the same thing. Bart's resistance to Springfield Elementary is not a resistance to knowledge or to learning or to the acquisition of the skills and information that formal education is, theoretically designed to provide. It is a resistance to the specific institutional form that Springfield Elementary represents. to the hierarchy and the compliance and the assessment and the ranking and the management of young people according to standardized measures that were not designed with Bart Simpson's particular combination of qualities in mind. Bart learns all the time. He learns from the skateboard and the street and the television and the library of experience that a mischievous 10-year-old in Springfield accumulates at a rate that no classroom could match. He learns from Homer's failures and from his own failures, and from the elaborate recovery operations that his various catastrophic plans require. He learns from Sideshow Bob, who is an excellent teacher when he is not being a murderer, and from Sideshow Bob's show Stopping Defeats, which are their own kind of lesson. He learns from the summer and the holidays and the adventures that Springfield's peculiar geography makes available to a child willing to explore it. What Bart cannot do is translate any of that learning into the forms that Springfield Elementary requires. The test, the worksheet, the ability to sit still at a desk for the duration of a lesson and demonstrate, through the approved channels, that the approved content has been received and processed and can be reproduced on command. Bart's learning style, to use the language of educational psychology, is experiential, kinesthetic, nonlinear. He learns by doing, by trying, by failing, by trying again with modifications. He learns through narrative, through story, through the specific arc of a situation that has a problem and a resolution and consequences. He does not learn through the abstract presentation of information disconnected from context, which is what most classroom instruction is built around. This is not a learning disability. It is a learning difference. But Springfield Elementary, which is not notably sophisticated in its approach to educational diversity, cannot accommodate it, and the mismatch produces the grades and the institutional trajectory that have defined Bart's school career for 36 years. There are teachers in the show's history who have cracked this. Not many. The show is not wildly optimistic about the institutional responsiveness of Springfield Elementary, but they exist. Mr. Bergstrom has been mentioned. There have been others, in smaller ways and briefer moments. A teacher who gave Bart a project that required hands-on construction rather than written reflection, and Bart produced something extraordinary. A teacher who evaluated Bart's contributions to a class discussion rather than his performance on the subsequent quiz, and found a different student than the gradebook contained. These moments are underwritten and undervalued by the show, because they are not the source of comedy that Bart versus Authority is. But they are there. And they suggest that Bart's educational failure is not predetermined, that it is the product of a specific institutional environment meeting a specific kind of learner, and that in a different environment, under different conditions. With a different definition of what learning looks like, the outcome might have been different. Bart knows this on some level. He knows that the grades do not reflect everything he is. He knows there is something in him that the school has not measured and cannot measure, and would not know what to do with if it could. And this knowledge, incomplete and inarticulate as it is in a 10-year-old, feeds the specific quality of his resistance. He is not just refusing to comply. He is refusing to accept the institutional verdict about who he is, because the institutional verdict is based on criteria that are not relevant to who he actually is. This is the argument he has never been able to make aloud, because making it aloud would require the kind of self-awareness and articulacy that the institution has decided he does not have. But it is the argument running underneath every detention, every parent-teacher conference, every moment where Skinner updates the file under the heading Bart Simpsons. Documented failures. Let us talk about Bart and creativity. Because this is the dimension of Bart's intelligence that the show depicts most consistently and that receives the least sustained attention. Bart is creative in the specific, improvisational way of someone who is constantly solving new problems without a predetermined script. His pranks are creative. The planning and execution required to carry out the schemes he manages would in any other context be described as creative problem solving. His ability to think on his feet, to improvise when the plan falls apart, to find the unexpected angle on a situation that everyone else has approached from the obvious direction. These are all forms of creativity that the show celebrates in the context of comedy and ignores in the context of Bart's academic narrative. What would Bart be good at, given the chance to discover it? The show has not answered this definitively. Various episodes have placed him in contexts that hint at possibilities. He has moments of genuine artistic perception. He has moments of athletic grace that suggest physical intelligence of a high order. He has moments of interpersonal insight, the ability to read a room and understand what is needed, that are far more sophisticated than his behavior generally suggests. The show has not developed any of these into a definitive picture of what Bart might become. That would require the timeline to move, and the timeline does not move in Springfield. But the hints are there. The glimpses. The suggestion of a person who, given the right conditions and the right time and the right absence of institutional judgment, might discover something in himself that Springfield Elementary never thought to look for. He is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old for 36 years. He will be 10 years old for the foreseeable future. And somewhere in the perpetual fourth grade, in the desk by the window that he has occupied since before most of his viewers were born, there is a kid who is smarter than his. Grades indicate and more feeling than his performance suggests, who is fighting the specific fight of trying to exist as himself in an environment designed for someone else. He has not given up. He is still there. That, too, is a form of courage. Lisa Simpson. Extended. The cost of being right. Lisa Simpson is right almost all the time. This is the premise and the punishment simultaneously. She sees clearly. She analyzes correctly. She identifies the problem, the cause, the solution. She is, by any standard of accuracy applied to the fictional world of Springfield, nearly always correct in her assessments. And Springfield does not care. Let us spend some time with what it actually means to be right in a world that has decided not to respond to rightness. Because this is the specific experience of Lisa's life in a way that the show has tracked consistently across 36 seasons, and it is more complicated and more instructive than just the simple comedy of the ignored genius. Being right without being heard is a specific kind of loneliness. It is different from being wrong, which at least contains the possibility of learning, of adjusting the assessment, and trying again with new information. It is different from being uncertain, which contains the openness of someone who does not yet have the answer and is still searching for it. Being right and being ignored is its own closed loop. You have the information. The information is accurate. The information is not changing anyone's behavior, and the behavior continues in the direction the information correctly predicted it would, toward the outcome the information correctly predicted it would reach, and there is nothing left to do but watch. Lisa watches. She watches things go wrong that she correctly identified as going wrong before they went wrong. She watches resources be misallocated in the way she correctly identified they would be misallocated. She watches Springfield keep eating the donuts of its own complacency while the three-eyed fish swim in the contaminated water and the cracked cooling towers continue to crack. And then the episode ends. And Springfield resets, and the next episode begins with the same conditions, and the same patterns, and the same trajectory that Lisa will correctly identify, and correctly describe, and correctly predict. The outcome of This is not just Springfield's failure. It is, if you look at it from the angle the show occasionally allows, also a kind of instruction about the limits of intelligence as a tool for change. Intelligence can see the problem. It cannot always fix the problem. Seeing and fixing are different skills, and the gap between them is where most of the world's grief lives. Lisa has intelligence at an exceptional level. She has the seeing skill in abundance. What she lacks, or what Springfield denies her the opportunity to develop, is the fixing skill. The ability to translate accurate perception into changed conditions. And the thing that lies between seeing and fixing is power. And Lisa is 8 years old in a town where power is organized along axes that consistently exclude her. She is too young. She is too female. In the specific ways that Springfield is retrograde about this. She is too earnest, too sincere, too unwilling to compromise her principles in the ways that political power tends to require. She is too everything that Springfield is not, and not enough of anything that Springfield values. So she plays the saxophone. And she reads, and she argues, even when arguing changes nothing, because the alternative to arguing is silence. And silence is the accommodation to the conditions, and Lisa has not accommodated herself to the conditions. This is her specific courage, not the dramatic kind, not the kind that produces visible victories, the quiet, exhausted, repeated courage of someone who keeps speaking into a room that is not listening, because stopping would mean agreeing that the room's non-listening is the final word. It is not the final word. Lisa has not decided that it is the final word, and that is the thing that the show has protected in her across 36 years, the thing that the floating timeline, for all its problematic implications, has managed to preserve. Lisa's refusal to stop. The 8-year-old who keeps trying because stopping has not been chosen yet. She is also, let us say it plainly, lonely in a way that is specifically the loneliness of the gifted child in the wrong environment. This is a real loneliness. It is documented. It has a name in developmental psychology. It is the loneliness of having a mind that moves faster than the available conversation, of caring about things that no one nearby cares about, of being fully present in a room where no one can quite reach you. Lisa has had friends. The show has given her friendships that were genuine, but they are hard to maintain, because the things that make Lisa Lisa are also the things that make her hard to be close to for extended periods. The earnestness can be exhausting. The moral clarity can be demanding. The intelligence can make people feel inadequate even when that is the last thing Lisa intends. She is better at connecting with adults than with her peers, for the straightforward reason that adults are more likely to have the cognitive and emotional vocabulary to meet her where she is, but the adults in Springfield are mostly too compromised, too distracted, or too captured by the system to offer her what she actually needs, which is someone who can match her. Seriously and honestly, and without condescension. Mr. Bergstrom, Bleeding Gums Murphy, the occasional visiting musician or scholar who passes through Springfield and recognizes in Lisa something they recognize from their own history. These brief connections are genuinely important to her, which is why their endings are genuinely devastating. She is alone. She has always been alone. Not without love, not without the imperfect but genuine connections of the family, but alone in the specific way of being the one person in a room who sees clearly and knowing it and carrying that knowledge without anyone to share it with. The saxophone is the response to this aloneness. The music is the form that the aloneness takes when it becomes something other than pain. when it becomes, instead, something beautiful, something that the loneliness produced rather than simply suffered. This is the show's deepest gift to Lisa, not the validation or the victory or the moment where Springfield finally listens. It is the saxophone, the evidence that what she carries, all of it, the intelligence and the caring and the loneliness and the frustration and the inability to look away from what is true, produces something. The pain has a product. The product is beautiful. That is enough. It is not what she deserves, but it is enough. Maggie Simpson, extended, 36 years of watching. Let us think about what 36 years of watching actually means. If Maggie is conscious, if Maggie is the aware strategic intelligence that the evidence suggests she is, then she has been in a body that is physiologically 1 year old for 36 of the equivalent years. She has been watching the same family in the same house through an enormous quantity of episodes. She has watched Homer get up and fall down and get up again a number of times that exceeds the statistical probability of any single human life. She has watched Marge manage. She has watched Bart fail and resist and occasionally succeed. She has watched Lisa fight and document and play her saxophone in the dark. And she has been watching Burns. This is the part that the show never quite connects, but that the evidence supports. Maggie knows about Burns. She has been at the family dinner table when the conversations happen. She has been present when the information comes in, when Homer comes home from work with some incidental detail about the plant, when the news mentions the power plant's latest violation, when the Simpsons find themselves in another situation that traces back, directly or indirectly, to the man at the top of the Springfield Hill. Maggie has been present for all of it. She remembers all of it. If the intelligence the show has assigned her is as significant as the evidence suggests. She has been building a file on Springfield, on the plant, on Burns, for 36 years. A file no one knows about, assembled in a mind that no one has thought to look inside, because she is a baby and babies do not assemble files. She also shot Burns. Let us return to this. Under the official reading of the Who Shot Mr. Burns mystery, the shooting was accidental. A baby found a gun, the gun went off, Burns was shot. Tragic but innocent. No malice aforethought, but consider the alternative reading, the one the show has constructed with enough care that it cannot be dismissed as mere fan speculation. Consider the possibility that the shooting was not accidental, that a 1-year-old child with the cognitive capacity demonstrated by her behavior in every episode involving her actually intended to shoot Burns, that she found the gun, and she picked it up, and she looked at the man who had done to her father what he had done, and she made a decision. This reading requires a level of moral and cognitive development that is, by any biological standard, impossible in a 1-year-old child. It requires understanding of causality and consequence, and the principle of accountability. It requires a developed sense of justice, or, at minimum, a developed sense of what the situation demands. The radiation theory provides the framework for why Maggie might have all of this. The same contaminated environment that suppressed Homer's intelligence amplified Maggie's. The same radiation that gave Homer the body of a nearly indestructible worker while leaving his mind in fog gave Maggie the mind of someone far beyond her biological years, while leaving her body exactly as limited as a 1-year-old's body is. If this reading is correct, then Maggie Simpson shot Burns deliberately at age 1 for cause. And the town concluded it was an accident and moved on, and Maggie returned to her pacifier, and 36 years have continued. and she has been watching. The most terrifying version of Maggie's character, the one that the show has never quite articulated but that the accumulated evidence points toward, is not the genius baby or the surprising hero or even the deliberate shooter. The most terrifying version is the patient one, the one who has been watching and waiting and filing and assembling for 36 years, who understands the system in Springfield, who has measured its weaknesses and its strengths, who has observed the ways that power maintains itself in this specific contaminated town, and who is still, as of the most recent episode, waiting. For what? We do not know. The show has not told us. The show perhaps does not know. Or the show knows and is keeping it. Either way, the waiting continues and the eyes behind the pacifier continue to watch, and somewhere in the accumulated silence of 36 years, something is forming. When it arrives, Springfield will not see it coming. That is the only certainty. M.R. Burns, Extended, The Architecture of Staying Alive. The weekly treatment. Let us spend serious time on the weekly treatment, because it is the most remarkable detail in Burns's story, and the show treats it as a throwaway gag when it is actually the key to understanding everything about him. Once a week, Burns undergoes a medical procedure so intensive that it temporarily transforms his physical appearance. His skin, already the pale gray of someone who has been avoiding sun for more than a century, takes on a quality that the show describes as a healthy green glow. The glow is literal. Burns emits visible light after the treatment, in the specific frequencies associated with bioluminescence from radioactive exposure. He glows in the dark, not metaphorically. He is a living light source, temporarily, until the treatment's effects settle into his biology and the glow fades. He also wanders. This is the detail from the Springfield Files episode that established the whole narrative. Burns, immediately post-treatment, is in a state that the show depicts as euphoric, but disoriented, the chemistry flowing through him as part of the treatment procedure. Whatever combination of experimental pharmaceuticals and controlled radiation and other interventions makes. Up the regimen produces a state that is physiologically distinct from his normal condition. He wanders through the woods near Springfield in this state, stumbling, glowing, alive, in a way he is not quite alive at other times. Homer sees him and concludes he is an alien. Springfield concludes he is an alien. FBI agents are called in. A nation watches. And the reveal when it comes is that the alien is just a man who is being kept alive through such extreme measures that the measures themselves have made him unrecognizable as a human being. This is the show being explicit about something it is usually implicit about. Burns is not a human being in the ordinary sense anymore. Not fully. Whatever the treatments have done to his biology over the decades they have been administered, whatever the combination of controlled radiation and experimental medicine has produced in a body that has been absorbing these things for what appears to be the entirety of the show's canon, Burns has been altered. Not just kept alive, changed, made into something that sits at the edge of the biological definition of a person, visible from space as a green glow, recognizable to Homer as an alien encounter. The treatment works because Burns has already been so thoroughly altered by a century of radiation exposure and medical intervention that the normal markers of health and illness no longer apply cleanly. The Three Stooges syndrome, the condition in which every known disease exists in his body simultaneously, canceling each other out, is not a stable biological state. It is a managed biological state. The management is the treatment. The treatment maintains the equilibrium, preventing any single disease from gaining dominance. Remove the treatment, and the equilibrium fails. The diseases cascade. Burns dies. This has been going on for decades. possibly longer. The question the show raises but does not answer is at what point the treatment became necessary. Burns was not always this fragile. He was, at some point in his long life, a conventionally healthy person, or at least a person who did not require weekly intervention to prevent immediate biological collapse. What changed? The obvious answer is the plant itself. Burns built the plant, or acquired the plant, decades ago. The plant has been leaking radiation into Springfield's environment since its construction. And Burns, who lives near the plant, who works at the plant, who owns the plant and therefore has access to its most concentrated sources of exposure, has been absorbing radiation from his own facility for however long the plant has been operating. He poisoned himself. This is the reading that the show supports. Burns built the thing that made the treatments necessary. He created the conditions of his own dependency. The man who lives longest, who outlives all opposition and all natural consequence, is the man who built a machine that poisoned him so thoroughly that only an elaborate, artificial maintenance regime can keep him alive, and who has spent the rest of his existence funding that regime with the profits from the machine that poisoned him. It is a closed loop. As closed as Springfield's floating timeline. As closed as Homer's relationship with the plant that damaged him. Burns's dependency and Burns's wealth and Burns's poison and Burns's treatment are the same circle, going round and round. And Burns is the center of it, turning with it, kept. Alive by the very thing that is killing him. Killing the town by the same mechanism that is keeping him alive. There is also the matter of what Burns actually feels about Springfield, about the people who work for him and live under the shadow of his plant and drink the water and breathe the air and raise their children in the contamination zone. Does Burns feel anything about any of this? The show has answered this question in fragments across hundreds of episodes. The answer is complicated. Burns is not without feeling. He is not a psychopath in the clinical sense, a person constitutionally incapable of emotional response. He feels things. He feels contempt. Frequently. He feels the specific pleasure of power and the specific pleasure of winning. He feels, in rare moments, something that looks from a distance like affection, usually directed at Smithers, occasionally directed at cats or other animals. He has felt in the past toward specific women something that the show depicts as genuine attraction and the possibility of more than attraction. But he does not feel, or has conditioned himself not to feel, the things that would make his choices impossible. He does not feel, as an active daily presence, the guilt that would attach to knowingly poisoning an entire town. He does not carry, as an active psychological burden, the awareness that every child in Springfield has been born into contamination of his making, that every three-eyed fish in the river is a direct result of his refusal to spend the money required to fix the violations. He has managed this, probably over the course of decades, the same way he manages everything else. Systematically. Deliberately. Through the construction of a framework that organizes the information in ways that do not produce unbearable conclusions. The violations are business decisions. The contamination is a regulatory matter. The people of Springfield are resources in a system, not individuals whose specific suffering he has caused. This is not a failure of intelligence. Burns is very intelligent. It is an application of intelligence in the service of a particular goal, which is his continued comfort, his continued operation, and his continued survival. He has used the full force of his considerable mental capacity to arrange himself in a way that does not require him to feel the full weight of what he has done. This is, in the show's reading, the true horror of unchecked wealth and power. Not that it produces monsters who feel nothing, that it produces very intelligent people who feel the right things in the wrong direction, who have calibrated their emotional responses to align with their interests rather than with anything else, and who have the resources to sustain that calibration indefinitely. Burns will go on. The treatment will happen next week. The plant will keep running. And Springfield will keep being Springfield. Ned Flanders, Extended. The Theology of Suffering. God talks to Homer. God ignores Ned. We have said this. We need to spend more time with it, because it is one of the most theologically interesting pieces of writing in the show's history, and the show does not seem to fully know what it has done with it, which is one of the ways you can tell it stumbled onto something true. Ned Flanders' faith is not incidental to his character. It is the primary organizing structure of everything he is. His kindness is a theological practice. His patience is a theological practice. His forgiveness of Homer, which is the most tested aspect of his character and the one that most strains credulity, is a theological practice. He does these things not because they come naturally, and the show has established that they do not come naturally, but because they are consistent with his understanding of what a good person, a faithful person, a person whose life reflects the values he has committed to, does. This is admirable. In any honest accounting, the sustained practice of kindness and patience and forgiveness, maintained across decades and through genuine provocation, is admirable regardless of the framework that motivates it. And it goes unrewarded by the universe the show has constructed. The show's universe contains God. This is established. God has appeared in person. God has spoken to characters. God has intervened in specific situations in ways that make clear that the divine is an active presence in Springfield rather than an abstract theological proposition. In The Simpsons, God is real, God is available, and God speaks. And God consistently speaks to Homer. Homer, who goes to church to sleep. Homer, who prays when he wants something and forgets to be grateful when he receives it. Homer, who demonstrates no consistent theological practice and no systematic effort to align his behavior with any doctrinal framework. Homer, who is the least self-consciously religious person in the Simpsons household and arguably in Springfield. Homer gets the divine conversations. Ned, who prays daily with sincerity. Ned, who studies the scripture. Ned, who attends services not as a social habit but as a genuine act of worship. Ned, who has organized the entirety of his domestic and social and professional life around the requirements of his faith. Ned, who has endured losses and indignities and provocations that would have broken the faith of a lesser committed person, and who has maintained his faith through all of it. Ned has never, in the canonical episodes of The Simpsons, received a direct divine communication. The show knows this is cruel. The show has Ned reference the silence. Ned has talked about the difficulty of maintaining faith when the feedback from the universe seems indifferent or hostile. Ned has struggled with the gap between what he believes and what his experience confirms. And then Ned has resolved this struggle every time in the direction of continued faith, because the alternative, the loss of faith, is the loss of the entire structure that holds Ned together, and without the structure there is only the original Ned, the preconditioning Ned, the violent and uncontrollable child who was beaten into compliance by a psychiatrist. Ned's faith is the only thing standing between him and himself. He cannot afford to lose it. And so he maintains it. Through the silence, through the non-response, through the continued evidence that the universe is either not organized around the principles his faith says it should be organized around, or is organized around them in ways that are not legible from where Ned is standing, and God keeps talking to Homer. The theological reading of this, the one the show never quite makes explicit but that is available, is about grace. In certain theological frameworks, divine grace is unconditional. It is not distributed on the basis of merit. The deserving do not receive it as a reward for deserving it. The undeserving do not fail to receive it as a consequence of failing to deserve it. Grace operates outside the logic of merit entirely. In this framework, Homer getting the divine conversations is not a statement about Homer's worthiness. It is a statement about the nature of grace, which is that it appears where it appears and for reasons that have nothing to do with theological correctness or sustained practice, or faithful attendance. It is uncaused, in the sense of not being caused by the recipient's behavior. This should be comforting to Ned. It is not, because the framework, even if it is theologically accurate, still means that Ned has been doing the thing he was told to do, in the way he was told to do it, for the reasons he was told to do it, and the promised response has not arrived. The framework explains the non-arrival, but it does not make the non-arrival less present. Ned keeps going. He keeps praying into the silence. He keeps practicing the kindness that was conditioned into him and that he has also genuinely chosen. Because the conditioning and the choice are not separable now, decades in. And he does not try to separate them anymore. He is the most consistently good person in Springfield, by the standard he has set for himself and by most other reasonable standards. He has received the least from the universe in return. And he has not stopped. Whether this is sainthood or pathology or both at once, the show has wisely declined to decide. Mo Slack, extended. The Bartender A.S. Confessor. Mo's Bar is a confessional without walls and without the option of absolution. People come to Mo's with things they cannot say elsewhere. They come with the weight of lives that have not worked out the way they planned, with the specific gravity of marriages under stress and jobs that feel like prisons and dreams, that have been on hold long enough that the holder has started to question whether the dreams were real. They sit on Mo's bar stools and they order what they always order, and they talk. Or they do not talk, but they are present with whatever they brought through the door, and Mo is there. Mo does not offer absolution. He does not offer advice primarily. He offers the specific thing that bars have always offered and that no other institution quite replicates. He offers a space where the things you are carrying can be set down for a while, next to a drink, without requiring explanation or justification. This is not nothing. In a world where every other space has a function that requires you to be performing something, the bar offers temporary release from performance. You do not have to be fine at Mo's. You do not have to be making progress toward your goals. You do not have to be the person your other contexts require you to be. You can just be a person who needs a drink, which is a state of being that Mo understands from the inside. Mo needs the bar. Not in the business sense, although also in the business sense. He needs the bar in the way that people need the things that give their lives structure. The things that tell them where to be in the morning and what to do when they get there. The bar is his purpose. Not his only purpose. Not the purpose he would have chosen in the fullest expression of his wants, but a real purpose. A meaningful one. And he is good at it in the ways that the show consistently demonstrates and consistently undervalues. He makes drinks. He remembers what people drink. He maintains the space, however inadequately maintained, in ways that make it habitable for the people who depend on it. He listens. He absorbs. He is present, reliably and completely, in a way that the other Springfield institutions rarely manage. The reliability is important. In Springfield, where reliability is scarce and the reset button is always a season finale away, Moe's consistent presence behind that bar is something the regulars can count on. They know where Moe will be. They know what Moe will do. They know that when they push through that door, the space will be what it was the last time they pushed through that door. This predictability is a form of care, a form of love even, in the broad and non-romantic sense of love as the sustained provision of what someone needs. Moe provides what his regulars need, consistently, without fanfare, without the expectation of gratitude, and without the self-congratulation that would make the provision less pure. He does not get much in return. But the bar is still open. And the light is on. And tomorrow, when Homer or Barney or whoever needs it pushes through the door, Moe will be there. Sideshow Bob. Extended. What genius costs in Springfield? There is a question that the show has never formally posed, but that Bob's existence raises. What would have happened to Sideshow Bob if Krusty had never hired him? This counterfactual is worth exploring because the answer reveals something about the specific nature of Bob's catastrophe. If Bob had not become Sideshow, had not been placed in the humiliating role of physical comedy sidekick to a clown he regarded as his intellectual inferior, had taken some other career path that made use of his considerable gifts in a way that acknowledged them as gifts rather than as inconveniences, the Bob we know does not exist. The murderous Bob, the obsessive Bob, the operatically inclined revenge seeker who has spent his adult life in prison and out of it, and back in it, pursuing a vendetta against a child. That Bob is the specific product of the Krusty Show's specific humiliation. Before Krusty, Bob was capable of being something. After Krusty, Bob became defined by what happened to him in that relationship. The wound organized him. The humiliation became the central fact of his professional identity, and when he struck back against it, when he framed Krusty and went to prison and came out and found Bart and the whole apparatus of his adult life assembled itself around the Springfield grudge, the wound became his career. This is not unique to Bob. The show does not present it as unique to Bob. It is, in fact, the show's most consistent observation about intelligence in systems that are misaligned with it. Intelligence that cannot find a legitimate channel for expression will find an illegitimate one. The energy does not disappear. It redirects. Bob's energy redirected toward crime and opera and an obsession with a 10-year-old that has consumed his adult life. The crime is his substitute for purpose. The opera is his comfort, the domain where his taste and his cultivation are unquestioned, where the standards he holds himself to are met by the work rather than by the grade. The obsession with Bart is his vocation, the thing that gets him up in the morning and out of whatever prison or domestic situation or foreign country the previous season left. Him in. He is, in the most literal sense, a man whose genius was misdirected early and has never found its proper channel. A man whose capabilities are visible in everything he does, including the crimes, which are executed with a sophistication that is both impressive and maddening. A man who deserved better than the Krusty Show gave him, and who has, rather than finding better, decided to revenge himself on the specific 10-year-old who caught him when he struck back. Bob contains multitudes. The show knows this. The writers have known this since they started writing him, and the tragedy is not that Bob is evil. The tragedy is that Bob is not evil enough to be uncomplicated, and not good enough to be redeemed, and smart enough to know exactly where he sits between those poles and to be. Periodically, devastated by the assessment. He loves his son. He loved his wife. He loves opera with a purity of response that is the truest thing about him. He is capable of genuine connection and genuine beauty and genuine feeling. He is capable of being something other than this. He has not been. Yet. And every season, the question the show returns to is whether this will be the one. Whether this will be the season where Bob finds the thing that is not Bart. The purpose that does not require a victim, the channel for the intelligence that does not end in the Chalmers jail cell or the police boat or whatever Springfield incarceration facility has been designated for this episode. The show has not given us that season yet. Perhaps it will. Perhaps that is the ending that is being saved. The one the writers are keeping in reserve for whenever the show finally, after all these seasons, decides to give Sideshow Bob. The thing he has been circling for 30 years without quite reaching. The thing he actually needs. Which is not Bart's defeat. Which is something so much simpler and so much harder than that. The Springfield Ensemble, extended, the people in the background. There is a specific quality to the best crowd scenes in The Simpsons that no other animated show has quite managed to replicate. And that quality is the sense that every single person in the frame has a life that is happening off-screen. That the background characters are not decorations but residents. People with histories and ongoing stories and relationships and the full weight of interior experience that the show's format will never have time to explore, but that is there. Legible in the way they are drawn and the way they move and the specific expression on their faces when Springfield does something that Springfield does. This is the ensemble. The 150 or so recurring characters that populate the show's background with enough consistency to feel like a real community. They attend the same school board meetings and the same religious services and the same civic disasters. They form mobs with the same reliable speed. They forget the same things with the same convenient completeness. They are Springfield. In the aggregate. And what they aggregate into is something more interesting than the sum of their individual parts. Principal Skinner's mother, Agnes, is one of the ensemble's richest supporting characters, partly because her relationship with the person she knows as her son is the most compressed portrait of a certain kind of maternal dynamic in the show's history. Agnes demands. Agnes criticizes. Agnes has organized her emotional life around the assumption that the people who love her are obligated to demonstrate that love through compliance and through the ongoing management of her disapproval. She is not a warm person. She is not, by most standards, a kind one. And yet the show does not present her as simply a villain. It gives her, in small moments, the evidence of a life that has produced this. She is old, and in some senses isolated, and in some senses disappointed. The disappointment of a life that did not go the way she imagined it would, and that she has never quite made peace with. The sharpness and the demanding quality and the reflexive criticism are the manifestations of that disappointment, directed at the person most available to receive them, which is the man who lives with her, and who will absorb what she gives because his conditioning will not allow him to do otherwise. She and Ned are, in a strange way, inverses of each other. Ned was conditioned to absorb. Agnes was never conditioned to contain. She expresses. She demands. She makes her needs visible in the specific way of someone who learned that needs must be made visible or they will not be met. She is difficult because she was, somewhere in the history of a life the show has never fully shown us, failed in the specific way that produces this kind of difficulty. She is also, underneath the difficulty, lonely in a way that Agnes herself may not fully recognize. The demands are for attention. The criticism is for engagement. She is loud because silence is its own kind of abandonment, and she has had enough abandonment to be allergic to its early signs. The show does not make her sympathetic in the conventional sense, but it does not make her simple. And not being simple, in Springfield, is its own kind of dignity. Let us also give a moment to Apu Nahasapi Mapatilon. Apu is a complicated figure in the show's history for reasons that extend beyond the narrative, into the real-world conversations about representation and caricature that the show has had to reckon with in recent years. Those conversations are real, and the criticisms in them are valid, and the show has, in later seasons, attempted to address them with varying degrees of success. But within the show's own universe, Apu is one of its most interesting and overlooked character studies. He is a man who achieved something remarkable, who earned a PhD from a prestigious American university, who has mastered a field of genuine technical complexity, and who works, by choice or by circumstance or by some combination of both, as a convenience store manager. The gap between what Apu knows and what Apu does is one of the show's most quietly pointed observations about the specific American experience of immigrant overqualification. Apu is, by training, an expert in computer science of a sophisticated variety. He works the night shift at the Quickie Mart. The market in which he operates does not have a use for what he is most fully, and so he operates at a different level. At the level the market requires, and the level the market requires is sufficient for the Quickie Mart, but is not sufficient for Apu in the sense of using him fully. He manages this with a particular grace, with a dignity that the show sometimes plays for comedy but that is real within the character's internal life. He has built a life. He married, eventually, and not simply, and he has children, many children, and the household on the other end of the Quickie Mart shift is full in ways that the shift itself is not. The Springfield Ensemble also contains, somewhere in its background, every version of the American dream at various stages of its pursuit and its revision and its abandonment. The people in the crowd scenes at town hall meetings and at the school board and at the various Springfield civic disasters are people who came to Springfield or were born in Springfield with some expectation of what their lives would be, and who have been adjusting those expectations ever since. The adjustment is Springfield. That is what living there does. It adjusts you to the conditions, and the conditions are the cracked cooling towers, and the three-eyed fish, and the billionaire who remembers the Spanish-American War, and the yellow skin, and the four fingers, and the floating timeline and the collective decision to forget whatever needs to be forgotten so that the system can continue. The ensemble has absorbed all of this. They carry it in their faces and their crowd behavior, and their reflexive mob formation, and their equally reflexive amnesia. They are the evidence of what Springfield does to people over time, and what it shows is that people can absorb an enormous amount without breaking, that the human capacity for adaptation is staggeringly vast, that almost any conditions can be normalized by almost any population given sufficient time. Springfield has given them sufficient time. 36 years of it, and the ensemble is still there, still populating the background of every episode, still forming the crowd and dispersing the crowd, and being the town around the family at the center of the story. They are not incidental. They are not decoration. They are the context without which the family would not mean what it means. They are Springfield, and Springfield is the mirror, And the mirror has been held up for 36 years and we keep looking. Because what we see there, in the yellow faces and the four-fingered hands and the contaminated water and the floating timeline and the billionaire who will not die, is something that looks uncomfortably like the world we live in. Stylized, exaggerated, filtered through the specific lens of a cartoon comedy that has been running longer than many of its viewers have been alive. But recognizable. Always recognizable. The show works because Springfield is real, not the specific details, but the architecture of it, the system of it, the way power concentrates and corrupts and protects itself, the way communities choose comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths, the way the most capable people find themselves in the wrong environments and make the best of it, the way love exists and persists in conditions that should extinguish it, the way a family comes home at the end of the episode, every episode, despite everything, and sits down on the couch and the credits roll. And Springfield is fine. Springfield is always fine. Because we need it to be. Because the couch is there and the beer is cold and the blue hair is exactly as impossible as it has always been, and Homer is home and the kids are there and Marge is making that sound in her throat, low and inevitable and ongoing. And the loop continues. And it is enough. It has always been enough. Good night, Springfield. Good night. A final hour, the thing Springfield taught us. We have been in Springfield for a long time now. Long enough for the town to feel familiar in the way that places feel familiar when you have spent enough time in them. When the map of them has settled into the part of your mind that holds geography and you can walk the streets without needing to check directions. You know where the nuclear plant is. You know where Moe's bar is. You know which house on Evergreen Terrace has the blue-haired woman standing in the kitchen window, and which house has the warm light next door, and which school at the end of the street has the groundskeeper in the maintenance shack, and the principal in the office, and the specific fourth grader who has been in the fourth grade since before you were born. You know Springfield. You have always known Springfield. That is the trick of it, the specific magic trick the show has been performing since 1989. It built a town that everyone recognizes from the outside while living somewhere else entirely. It built the town you grew up in, regardless of where you grew up, by extracting the emotional architecture of American domestic life and placing it in an impossible yellow container and adding a nuclear plant and a billionaire and a floating timeline and then inviting you in and saying, "Does this look familiar?" And it does. It always has. It still does. The things Springfield has taught us across 4 hours of character facts and 36 years of episodes are not the things it appears to be teaching in any given episode. On the surface, the show teaches the lessons that sitcoms have always taught. Family matters. Love endures. The disasters are recoverable. Home is the place you come back to. These lessons are real. The show means them. They are operative in every episode, even the ones that push far into surrealism. Even the ones where Homer goes to space or Burns captures something mythological or the geometry of Springfield's geography becomes temporarily incoherent. Underneath all of that, in the structure that holds the story together, the family lessons are there. Constant. Real. But the deeper lessons are the ones the show never announces. The ones that accumulate in the watching rather than being stated in the dialogue. The ones that have to do with the systems we live inside and what those systems do to us over time and how we maintain, somehow, something human in the middle of the maintenance. Springfield taught us that the most powerful force in a community is not its institutions. It is the accumulated weight of what people have decided to agree not to see. The denial is the infrastructure. The forgetting is the foundation. The agreement to maintain the comfortable fiction is the contract that holds the town together, and it holds the town together even when the fiction is harmful, even when what is Being denied is the reality of the contamination or the illegal power structure or the fraud in the principal's office. The contract holds because breaking it costs more than maintaining it, and the people of Springfield, damaged by radiation and depression and the accumulated weight of lives, lived inside Burns's shadow, cannot afford to pay the breaking price. This is not unique to Springfield. That is the point. The show has been pointing at the real world for 36 years with the specific freedom that comedy provides, the freedom to say the true and terrible thing under cover of laughter. And what it has been pointing at is the willingness of real communities to maintain comfortable fictions at enormous cost, the willingness of real populations to choose the familiar disaster over the uncertain alternative, the willingness of real people to keep voting for the leaders who keep the lights on even when the lights are powered by something that is quietly destroying them. Springfield taught us that intelligence, absent power, is a form of loneliness. Lisa has been demonstrating this for 36 years with a patience that would be heartbreaking if it were not also, in some of the show's best moments, clarifying. The intelligence without the power to act on what the intelligence reveals is a condition. A specific condition, and the condition's management is the saxophone, the argument maintained against indifference, the continued insistence on speaking into a room that is not listening because the alternative is the silence that agrees. Springfield taught us that love is not a feeling, it is a practice. It is the repeated choice, every episode, every season, to come back, to stay, to hold the complicated relationship in place despite the evidence that it is hard. Homer loves Marge not as a state of being that was established once and has since maintained itself. He loves her as an action he performs continuously, in the clumsy way that Homer performs everything, but continuously. Marge loves Homer in the same way, in the more articulate and exhausting way that Marge does everything, but the same way. The love is not what they have, it is what they keep doing. Springfield taught us that the most ordinary things are the most fragile. The couch, the kitchen, the television on Sunday night, the family assembled around all of it. These things feel permanent because they are repeated, because the repetition is the show's fundamental structure, because every episode brings everything back to the beginning. And the couch and the family are there again, apparently indestructible, apparently inevitable. But they are not indestructible. They are not inevitable. They are the result of choices made continuously by the people in the house, and the choices could have gone differently at any point in the 36 years of the show's run. And the family could have been different, could have been scattered, could have been ended by any of the dozens of disasters that the show has deployed and then recovered from. The couch is not permanent. The couch is the result of everyone choosing to come back to it. Springfield taught us about grief, about the specific grief of Homer's life, the grief for the mother he thought was dead and the grief for the mother he finally found and then lost again, the grief for the intelligence suppressed and the potential unrealized and the deal that was made before he was old enough to participate in it. The show is a comedy and it handles grief with comedy's tools, with laughter and deflection and the reset that makes everything bearable again by Tuesday. But the grief is there. It has always been there. Underneath the laughter, underneath the jokes, underneath the strangling of the sun and the donut eating at the workstation, and the survivals of things that should not have been survived. Homer is a grieving person. He has been a grieving person since he was 6 years old. He just also happens to be funny about it. Springfield taught us about endurance. Not the dramatic kind. Not the kind that requires courage in the traditional sense, the kind that stories are made of. The ordinary kind, the kind that requires getting up on Monday and going to the job that you are underqualified for, and doing it with the limited tools you have, and going home and loving your family with everything you have left, and getting up again on Tuesday. The kind of endurance that most lives require and that no one makes epic poetry about. Homer's endurance. The couch's endurance. Springfield's endurance. The town has been through everything. Nuclear near misses and federal containment and the blocking of the sun and alien encounters and the revelation that the principal is not who he says he is and the annual cycle of catastrophe and reset. And Springfield is still there. The plant is still running. The family is still on the couch. The beer is still cold. The loop is still floating. This is what endurance looks like when it belongs to a town rather than a person. It is not heroic. It is not inspirational in the conventional sense. It is just the continuing fact of the town's existence. The daily renewal of the contract that says we are still here, we have not been moved, we have not been extinguished, we have survived another episode of whatever Springfield does to its residents, and we will survive the next one. We have been in Springfield for 4 hours. It feels like longer. It always does. Time moves differently in a town where time does not exactly move. Where Bart is still 10 and Lisa is still 8 and the couch is still the couch and the plant is still cracking and Burns is still alive and the fish have 3 eyes and nobody stops to ask why. But we have to come back to ourselves now, back to wherever we are, wherever you are, in the dark or the quiet or the half-light of somewhere that is not Springfield. Back to the real time that has been passing while we visited a place where it has not. Back to the lives that are, presumably, aging in the way that Springfield's lives are not. That are moving toward conclusions instead of endlessly resetting. That are subject to the real consequences that Springfield's floating timeline keeps at a comfortable remove. You are older than Bart. You have been older than Bart for years. For some of you, for decades. The couch you watched The Simpsons on as a child is gone, or in storage, or in someone else's house, or in a landfill somewhere. The people you watched it with have changed. You have changed. And Springfield is exactly as you left it. Bart is still 10. Lisa is still 8. Homer is still on the couch. The blue hair is still exactly as it was, and the family that has been America's family for 36 years is still there, still surviving, still choosing the couch every Sunday night, still finding the way home by the end of the episode. You can go back anytime. That is what the show offers. The place that does not change, the family that waits, the loop that holds, the specific comfort of the permanent present, the always Sunday night in Springfield, the home that is always available because it was built for returning to and not for leaving. You have been in Springfield for 4 hours. Good night, Springfield. Good night. Sleep well.